Like a repurposed oil drum in the middle of Gotham City under the cover of darkness, it's time for the night shift. Day 5, World Series of Poker main event, Ali Nejad and Nick Schulman ready to get it going. Post-dinner break, Jeff Platt and Natalie Bodie working the sidelines as the entirety of the World Series main has been whittled from 9,700 plus down to just 311, looking for a $10 million champ. Mike Hawker, 6.1 million in front of him. Average stack 1.8, well beneath that figure. As we keep the same feature table here that contains a 4-time PPC champ. Mike Mizrachi putting the 4th bracelet, every limb adorned at this point for the grinder. Isildur of internet legend, the Swede, Viktor Blom, parked out here at table C to the left of Tony Gregg, who's gonna have his hands full. Handsome summer being put together there by Viktor. Slipping over to table B. What have we here? Man that doesn't need an introduction, mostly because he introduces himself early and often. Will Kassouf. If silence is your cup of tea, he most definitely is not. Ever talkative and polarizing character. This segment brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly. And at this point in the main event, Nick, responsibility seems like a very apropos descriptor for the approach that one needs to employ in order to work their way even further through this field, as Kassouf kicks us off with ace-9, blinds 20, 40, and 40.
You have a good dinner, Ali? Good little break?
Yeah, you know, I was kind of looking forward to the break after that diatribe, you know, just an opportunity to catch my breath. A lot of bills had to be paid there. But back to it, I mean, day 5 main, as you often describe it, Nick, it gets real. And I think that the pressure mounts, and obviously approaching things with the level of care warranted here is of utmost importance.
The link to the stream you can send me?
You know I was walking the room a bit.
Is there an actual link, a website link, so I can see?
Kassouf wants to
I was going to say. There's 3 different tables, right? So
you can really
choose
feel it.
It's
getting to that juncture where you look around, you see everybody remaining in the tournament. Ace King suited for Swift.
They have to choose table B to watch Justice table, right?
I confess, I too walked the room, and I was guilty of asking where the rest of the field was of a floor person who gently put his hand on my shoulder and said,
so yeah,
son,
they have to choose table B,
they're all here.
But if they haven't subscribed, they just want to watch just WSB without having an annual.
And Ace King suited is all there
annual
for Mr. Swift, who swiftly shoots it up. Min plus a tickle, snowman for Sverko.
1 month. And how much is it for a year? All right, good, thanks. I'll let them know, thanks.
Code VIN, get a discount. PokerGO. Code VIN. Code VIN.
Can you give me one?
Yeah. Vegas. Vegas, man.
Flat call from Gregor Sverko.
If we want to use our phone, we just have to stand back from the table. Anywhere here? Oh.
Gregor, 28 years of age, plays under the Croatian banner from Rijeka, Croatia. Beautiful corner of the world. Friends here supporting him on the rail. David Swift's friends call him Swifty, and he swiftly flops the nuts here on an all-spade board with just 1 overcard out there. Perhaps mercy comes in the form of a lack of a spade for the 8s, which rate to remain curious.
What a sight for Swift, just no waiting at all.
Living up to the name. Not wasting too much time and firing a C-bet. Look at the modesty on this sizing.
I like the modesty. We certainly don't want to deter our opponent. Sverko is in. And a very dangerous card for Sverko, naturally picking up the straight draw.
Problematic is the 6 of clubs here with 370 out there as we await the pre-flop raiser's decision making.
Swift quite composed. I know it's poker's easier when you have the stone nuts, but I like his cadence and kind of rhythm. Sometimes when people flop the goods, they get a little excited. He's pretty calm out there. And again, for Sverko, no really going anywhere with the open-ender. Unfortunate to just be drawing dead.
Perhaps his composure, Swifty that is, made even more impressive by the 43,000 in career tournament earnings. Not a big haul, and one that he has bested considerably.
Does come home.
And an absolute disaster.
And we really have to consider checking a card such as this just to get the check raise in against 8-8. Even a set might feel compelled to bet for value, as Swift could still easily have queens, kings, or aces with the spade in this line. However, one couldn't fault him for just pursuing value again.
And value he does pursue. Into 570.
And you know, for Sverko, this is a bit sick.
Yeah,
now we
tiny,
can
tiny,
rule. He goes for a quite polarizing sort of flush or nothing type size, which does rule out something like kings with a spade. Now he's saying he has ace of spades, king of hearts as a bluff, or this one. And it's actually a little bit sick for Sverko. I think he feels not good.
I confess, Nick, in a vacuum, we are all susceptible to profiling as we search for information, and a character such as Swift's, as I observe him, strikes me as the type that skews more toward the goods than air in these situations.
You know, as the world keeps spinning and people keep playing No Limit, it's become harder and harder to kind of categorize. You see all sorts of things nowadays. However, I hear you, Ali. One doesn't look at Swift and say this gentleman is looking to just dump it off.
Very tight fold.
Wow,
Good.
a tight fold to clear. This
I
is
like
a
it.
phenomenal fold from Sverko.
like it.
Bravo,
Thank you.
sir. Viva Croatia. That was tremendous.
A little cheekiness out of the Brit who says, I like it, in an effort to sort of retain
So that you mean to continue?
the notion that he was light there.
That was incredible.
Originally
You'll see it on
from
the stream.
Preston in the United Kingdom, 59 years of age, now lives in LA, business owner and DIY tool manufacturer.
I like that, sir. Thank you.
Wallpaper Buddy is the name of the business. Perhaps an inventor.
And you're right, a bit cheeky. He said, I like it again, but as we can see, he does not like it.
Well, Swift won that pot,
You
but
have to
he's
make it big.
Cheers. I think we need another beer, right? We need another beer? Sir, need another beer? I think so. I'm like nursing this one. I'm nursing this one. It takes a lot to be here, you know? I mean, yeah. I think like, you know, I mean, I actually had like 5 before this, but. Yeah.
If I show both cards, you can show both cards? Yeah.
It did taste damn good.
No,
It tasted damn good.
Show both cards. You're going to show me both
First meal of
cards?
the day tastes the best, right?
Sorry? We'll see. What do you mean we'll see? No, we have to agree now. You're going to show one anyway.
What's
If I
that?
show both, you show both?
That's my fifth one. But that's my fifth one.
Don't worry. Okay, I'll hold on.
I had a few earlier. A dinner break.
Nice. Spicy. That's the very good. That's the best card to go. You're gonna love the other. You can even have flop the nuts. You can flop nuts with Jack 10. You can have like a flush draw. Yeah, gut shot, flush draw.
Yesterday I had a person come to the table and he started drinking with me. And it was great. I was like, I finally had somebody to drink with me because all day it was a super serious table. Finally, he gets busted out. I'm like, oh, what happens now? I just drink by myself because it's like literally just nobody else. I'm like, yeah, I was just like, no one was giving that.
Apologies once again for the technical difficulties.
Is this thing on? Are we on?
We're on, and so is Viktor Blom potentially here for a double as he takes the dominant ace-king against the ace-queen for his final 325,000 in chips.
I don't know if perhaps God is answering some of my prayers just to mute you specifically. I don't want the whole event to be muted as Blom still keeping it clean. Hands clasped. This is a stone legend right here. Isildur, I mean, a lot of you know, some of you may not.
Would love to ward off a chop, and certainly a queen at that. As Andrew Headley tries to spoil the party and can't do it. Outkicked with an ace on the river. Headley being snacked on in a not insignificant way, considering his stack depth. And I confess, Nick, Headley, perhaps unbeknownst to you, a member of the Booth Brethren, worked the streams out in North Cyprus at the Merit Poker Complex.
I knew that, actually. I played with Headley. Nice guy. Yeah, we discussed it a bit.
Lovely guy. Can't play a lick of poker, but I'm just kidding.
Yeah, ace queen, Headley.
What is this guy doing? Level 23, that's where we find ourselves right now. Here on day 5, 48 bigs the average.
Which, as you can see, really speaks to a tournament being tremendous. When the average hovers around 50 bigs this deep, it's a very special kind of, as we see Huel all in for his last 105. Green has called.
Post-dinner break urgency being placed upon the shoulders of the shorties.
No Taju released 5-5 on the button.
Great news for Green, by the way. Obviously, in the face of a call of the all-in in front of us, even though it's just 2.5 bigs, we do have some questions about the performance of 5-5.
I would think on the button. Certainly hop in.
You know, there are two sorts of appetites out there this late in the main. Some look for potentially murky waters and sort their way through. Others do not. As we see Huel lagging, ace of hearts working hard, the 6, the immediate gut shot. Now, the efforts of that ace stand to be rewarded.
Turn.
Counterfeit with the 7 or the 8. Heart gets it done, 6 gets it done, 9 gets it done. A lot of that stub, and Huel lives on. But the third 10 is inadequate.
The most annoying card for Huel, too, as it looks for a moment like. But anyway, very good game to you, sir.
Say hello so much to your wife and okay, mashallah.
A moment of tenderness there.
Yeah. Sort of unexpectedly intimate embrace there from Taju. I mean, fair play. I'm not sure Huel was ready for that. You know, I've spent time in South Korea.
I didn't know this was a bounty tournament.
I confess the culture doesn't resonate with me as a particularly
Like, bro, if it was a bounty tournament, I would
physically
ISO.
affectionate one.
Yeah, okay. All right, Ali.
What do you show?
Yeah, never hug a Korean in a spot like
Now
this.
this is, you know, just don't hug a guy that busts the main. Maybe it's,
Kill my mojo.
you know, negative free roll potentially.
Should be very proud of a day 5 run, sir.
We're going to miss this man.
And then there were 300 and 200 rather, and some odd.
They're going to be
Ali?
like, oh, this is
You
going to
know
be fun.
exactly?
Everybody's probably going to be super
304,
quiet.
there it is at the top of the
No
screen.
one's going to be doing anything. As the person gets here, there's going to be like tequila.
You know, before we finalize Jiwoo Huel's departure,
No, good.
Nick, I feel compelled to state that under profession, he's simply listed unemployed, father of a boy and husband of a lady.
That's what's up. You know?
That sounds like a full-time job, if I'm being honest.
Ladies for Rosborough.
Yeah. And he's looking to employ them. Out of the small in the face of a Mizrachi open.
Raise 310.
He is heard from. The chatter comes at the 310,000 decibel level.
And we'll see how Mike responds. One great thing about sweating the grinder, you just never know.
You most certainly don't. Although the baby ace, suited in nature or offsuit, I'm not sure, tends to be the more favorable candidate for activation.
That is true in theory.
By the way, this box that has worked its way to the rail isn't, you know, some sort of garbage pail kid sports card thing. It's the Frankie C. Brownies that he was working hard during the PPC. I'm sure some buy-ins have been hedged by whatever. I mean, if he's doing it right.
Honestly, Ali, I have no idea what you're talking about. Buy-ins hedged?
Well, you know, a little bit of a taste for the grinder there. Maybe 10K under normal circumstances, but the brownie business may be fronting a little something for the promo. I'm just saying.
Got it. He's got the tequila hat on. He's working, you know.
You remember the year he had Maserati of South Beach or something like that?
Nike baby.
We'll give you a free 1-year lease on a,
Or an 8-ball.
you know,
What is that?
Quattroporte.
A-ball wake you up.
What is that? I don't know what that is.
It's a pool term.
Probably more a Ghibli,
exactly
if I'm
what it
honest,
is,
which is
Okay.
the bootleg.
8-ball.
Yeah, you know what an 8-ball.
Wait. 8-ball, I know what that is. Yeah. But I don't know in drugs, like drug related, I don't know what that is. I know speedball, what that is. The mix of heroin and coke.
A log looking
What is 8-ball?
That could be
deeply disinterested. Is
I don't think that's
Taju
good.
walking us
I
through
think you should stay away from
the
drugs.
street
Especially heroin and
pharmaceuticals?
cocaine. But
Okay.
alcohol should be legal because that has never hurt anybody in the world.
Yes.
Ish.
Yes.
Well,
Cocaine has never hurt anyone in the world, although I
We
would
don't know
consult
those
a number of headless
I think it's 86%
people that are
of all
adorning fence posts in Juarez.
domestic violence. The perpetrator or the victim is influenced by alcohol.
yeah, I believe that. Man, we're keeping it light here at this stage.
I know we gotta mix it up. Can't make bitch jokes.
Can't all be fucking. Can't all be.
You know, I
boiling, right?
appreciate this character because he's keeping the heat off me in a major
Yeah,
way.
talking about farts and drugs and.
Knit. Rip it in there.
It could be the first year that someone other than me, Nick, leaves you aghast.
He's like, fuck tens.
This is
That's right.
this is really a spectacle.
Yeah, these.
You guys have watched the stream.
You're
You're like, I did not watch the stream.
I don't see the watch.
Yeah, well, you know,
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll
When he's shuck,
Well, he did
you'll
not
make
understand.
sure to get the
I didn't
last
say.
word, so to speak.
You seem less than thrilled.
One of the most famous bluffs if you had ace king. He had like a...
It's true, though, actually, it is possible there is no outdoing this gentleman tonight. Taju. Sometimes you have to know when to kind of, you know, you've met your match. By the way, Ali has a similar outfit and kind of hair, you know.
Yeah.
They both have all white on.
Right.
Ali has a.
It's kind of like our lame duck president.
You know
Probably
what?
won't get a third.
I got a sparse main
on this one. Do whatever
as
the fuck,
well.
you know?
No, I'm not going to talk about politics.
No, I'm saying.
Pocket
'cause, like, they're
six.
probably not gonna get a third. They're probably not gonna
Up
get
against
no,
the
they're
hard
probably not gonna get a third
six,
table. So
Mohamed.
it's like, you know, it's like they're risking being
just-
knocked
That's
out
the
back.
man that likely were just out.
Yeah.
12
It's gonna
bigs.
be like,
Yeah.
excuse me?
2-minute tanks.
No, not him.
No, the next
Change
table.
And
This guy's gonna be so happy. He's gonna be like, oh man, these guys aren't talking to me anymore. That's good.
I'm pretty sure that guy.
Obviously,
Yeah,
fan,
you guys-
you know, he has the
glasses.
spectacles and then the
You're telling me he
shades
doesn't know
over
human?
them.
But hold on,
This
it's
is
like
really-
an act himself. I just go pay you, look at you, and laugh and go.
Mrs. Magoo.
Cirque du Soleil Chinese guy with glasses.
What's that?
I'm not sure. We'll take a little break from the
We're gonna call
feature.
what's his name? Cirque
We'll
du
be
Soleil.
back.
Gila Liberté.
Liberté, yeah.
It's like some chips or heading towards the
We
middle.
got a guy for you. Got a guy for you, Guy.
Xing Jinping. Xi Jinping.
Hard
I'm
10
gonna change that
open.
to my GG online handle.
Kassouf flatting the ace jack, and then the
would
three
be
bet
good.
behind
Psychopath.
him from Spherico, which could
It's
read.
actually not psychopath. I don't want to like
Squeezy.
scholar a Chinese in Chinese. But I think it's like.
Somehow we're still hearing Teju. I don't know if you guys at home are still hearing him, but we are now at Kassouf's table. And Ali, not sure how much you've watched Will. Not really one to go quietly pre-flop from what I've seen.
Did you see this unbelievable call with the pocket threes that he made that made the rounds clipped into social media? He was really kind of engaging his opponent on the river versus a fairly sizable bet.
I was going to 3-bet with this hand.
Okay,
save my
here he
the
is.
same.
So hold on a second, Ali.
Or you're repping a stronger hand than you actually have. You got the button. You don't put me on this hand for sure.
Kassouf's profile pic, terrifying somewhat, you know?
Yeah.
I think we could be in a race situation. You either got ace, king, ace, queen. Ace, king, ace, queen, or 9s or 10s. 8s, 9s, 10s, right? Only those 5 hands. Okay, I thought, out of respect.
That's a great fold from Kassouf.
You might as well. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that's the kind of sniff that will get him a
I said
job
ace, king, ace, queen. or you
working
can have,
airport
like,
carousels at the International Arrivals Hall,
I was going to
zeroing right in on the range,
What did you have?
and as needed, perhaps an illicit piece of fruit.
Okay, I'm flipping against you, but you could raise ace
You
10,
ever get the
ace 6, I've
beagle
got you beat.
coming over?
Ali, listen. I don't want to ask again, what are you talking about? Or, you know, yeah, absolutely, I have. You see, definitely.
Whiz kids loves to 3-bet, 4-bet, 5-bet jam, get it all in. Ace high, I'm all in, all my chips. Yeah, okay. Back the track up, and they got like 3 outs max against kings and pretty much 0 outs against aces. But you didn't put me on ace jack when I flatted, did you? Why not? I mean, he's open, I'm just flat.
Umerova with 5 bigs.
3-bet there, just isolate.
Don't think Jack 8 off is the one, but obviously
Someone like you comes over the
she
top.
has to get something
Get
going
away from it. I'm only faded.
sooner rather than later.
4-bet, maybe I'm
She
investing
most
more.
certainly has.
Listen, like I said, you only had 4 hands. You could have thousands now, but in my mind, it was like
still
ace,
here.
queen, ace, king, ace, queen, 9s or 10s. I got blockers for aces and jacks.
Pergiero not in a rush.
It's one of those 4 hands. You had one of those 4 hands.
292 players left of 9,735.
Lost the minimum. I like to lose the minimum, win the maximum, you know? It's a good strategy to have. In for the min to win the max. Others prefer to be in for the max to win the min, but you know, each to their own, you know? Depends whether you like money or not. A lot of people think I don't like money, think I bluff with 9 high all the time, but I like money. If you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk.
Spherico,
You got to back it up.
suited king salmon, a
280.
click, and Mr. Nguyen.
280 declared.
Rebetting it.
That whole button thing. It's got a little.
Oh, position rate?
Totally. Totally.
Nguyen, to be specific, University of Texas at Austin, economics major, content creator, poker player by trade. Originally from the Bronx.
Mr.
Bronx,
Cole,
the Lone Star State.
Mr. Cole, 3-bet, that's me.
39 years of age, 285,000 plus in career tournament earnings. And believe it or not, Nick, this man finished 206th just last year in the main. So he is unlocked some sort of secret to the deep run in this one.
Very strong, and you know, of course there's variance and such, but I've really realized, as have many of us, some players do specialize in a climate like this, and it's a very beautiful thing, figuring strangers out, the experience and wherewithal to play with people from all walks of life. You hear a lot of people say it, that some people just have that particular set of skills. You get that from playing a lot of cash. You get that from playing with different people and gaining that sort of feeling about different styles and the ability to sort of categorize one's play quickly and make decisions and advertise a little, and the whole thing. Navigating a field like this, it's no joke.
I think it is a certainly important distinction and a very important decision, perhaps, with 195 remaining for Umerova.
She is putting it in.
Now she's left a few chips back,
but essentially it's in. With just Queen 3 offsuit, I know one thing weighing on her is that you have to post not only the blind and the ante next hand. So you do see players sometimes in this position off a stack such as this make rather aggressive shoves. But Queen 3 off, perhaps a bit too aggressive, although we shall see. Sometimes fortune does favor the brave. This certainly is brave.
I was going to say, take your time, William. I want to hear that story, too. I want to hear that story.
Cool story, bro.
Well, she's certainly giving off comfortable vibes here, despite having nothing more than Queen 3 offsuit. Not looking to take that trip through the big and the small, which would cost her 100K. Trying to earn herself a free orbit. Ace 4 offsuit, however. And Jonathan Azoulay deliberating here.
And you know, this is a bit close. He knows she's capable of having things that fall to the ace. I don't think the Queen 3 off is on his mind as part of her range.
Even if we broaden her opening range in consideration of the lack of depth and the trip through big and small, knocking on the door, we still do not expect this.
He has to be a bit careful too. He's kind of given off that he's not ecstatic with his holding, and sometimes the big blind can punish you for wearing your heart on your sleeve, so to speak. And it looks like he is going to find the right choice.
Are you surprised at the struggle, given the depth of his stack?
No, it's very close. And again, for the big blind, he has seen Azoulay not in love with his holding, and this is the kind of thing that can happen.
Sorry, it's 180 in a call, right? Yeah.
Where had Azoulay Hollywooded a bit more and acted like maybe he was strong, Garner would be a little bit more concerned, but here perhaps he could rise up and come with something like 600 and simply clear Azoulay out. Although, let's see.
Ace 10.
Looks like he's just going to let it go. He kind of had a brief look of discontent.
He being Michael Garner.
Although maybe not.
"38 years of age, from Pomona, California, now lives in Redlands, Cali. BA in business who works in sales, but he doesn't want to buy a trip to the flop.
Can Umerova connect?
I'm actually rooting for you.
I believe you, actually.
Very good.
King, Jack, 9. Queen high, trailing. Just 15K back.
You know, it's a bit sick for Azoulay if she puts it in, but
I have a feeling she's going to need time to think about this decision. Just again.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Very complex game.
Oh, you say it was 180. I don't think I got the change. Did you?
You did.
Oh, you did give me a change? Okay, no worries.
We
You already
are
ready to lose
on
the hand?
a pay ladder, Nick.
thus the kind of...
You
got the page up. Crack boss, as you said.
Oh, that's it?
The page up.
Good job.
So she knows it's official that it's come in, and there it is.
Good luck. That's okay.
10. Queen. 3. Diamonds?
7 of diamonds on the turn, obviously.
Safiya knows what she needs.
Diamonds? Oh.
7 of diamonds.
I'll take it.
Yeah,
I'll
no.
take 10 of diamonds.
She hopes the career cash.
Gotta win the hand.
Number 83 still has legs left in it.
You could give it a clear diamonds. Would you be happy with that? Clear diamonds?
Cash Game Poker
He'll be
Pro.
happy to lose to me regardless. With any. He'll be happy. I believe him.
You would take any diamond, right? You would take any diamond.
No, I'll take 10 of diamonds.
No, don't be greedy. Don't be greedy. Come on, honey.
That's cool.
You've got queen high
That's
against
cool.
ace 4.
Her
Don't be
tournament
greedy.
stripes, but not being shown what she needs on the turn. A board pairing jack.
Comes out.
Was I correct in staying in Russian?
Can she find a stay of execution? No.
Let's play with you, gentlemen.
I like it. I like
Good
it.
luck.
Nice playing with you.
Good luck.
Great run.
Ace high. Taking it down there for Johnny Boy. Jonathan Azoulay, just north of 300,000 in career tournament earnings for the Parisian. Who lives in California, 44 years of age, investor and high-stakes cash game player. Perhaps he and Safiya will be rumbling down in SoCal at some point as she collects $52,500 to add to her $714,000 in career tournament earnings. The 37-year-old Russian with a bachelor degree in marketing and PR who enjoys travel, chess, and a good spa day. I suspect that there's a lot of intercept in the Venn diagram there with yourself, Nicholas.
Oh, I was thinking more you, Ali, with the travel and the spa. I mean, this is right up your alley.
I was waiting for her, actually.
Yeah, the chess really was what I was focused on. You actually don't like traveling that much, am I right?
It's okay. I wouldn't say I don't like it, but you know, I'm not you. I don't embrace it the way you do.
Maybe it's because every time I ask you about it, I've placed myself alongside you for the prospective
I
trip.
think that's probably why you feel that way about me. You're right. It's not that I don't like traveling. It's I don't like traveling if you're involved.
Well, no longer involved. Much to the chagrin, I would imagine, of many of our viewers, is Safiya. Sverko involved here, though, with the ace-4 of hearts as the battle rages on. Jack 10 suited, being put to task here on the button. Elevator up, third floor, ace-queen. One of those really annoying sorts of hands in these spots.
It is. Going all in wouldn't be totally insane. Sverko opened from the low jack. Azoulay 3-betting the button. I think fold is quite normal, but if you really feel they're dancing around, he does bow out. And for Sverko, I think call or 4-bet are both on the table. I wouldn't really fold a hand that can flop this clean, this deep. But the main is a particular situation where you feel pockets of ability to just sort of earn and win pots uncontested and so on. Your stack is worth so much. Sometimes we see players take very conservative routes just to preserve their position, so to speak. But he is tearing 3 off.
Middle position opener with the baby suited ace. Calls and brings the pot to 560K. Covered, and now flopping the nut flush draw against top pair.
Certainly an action flop.
Action checked over to the 3-better. Azoulay follows up with a polite $250,000.
I want a good run here.
Yeah, doing well so far. Carry on.
Do we ever approach a scenario like this with an aggressive response? I mean, once upon a time, Nick, I remember those nut flush draws used to really speak up.
You know, it's interesting, Ali. I don't think speaking up here is bad, per se. Check calling is so comfortable. The times we do run into kings or what have you, and we're just getting it in, flipping, is a little bit harrowing. However, if that scenario unfolds and we win this pot, we're now in chip lead territory in the main, and he does go for your route, Ali. And for Azoulay with top pair and the backdoor diamonds working, things are really heating up. And Sverko hasn't been insane by any means. So I would think Azoulay is concerned about things like a set, a slow played overpair pre perhaps. But draws are in abundance and possible. Let's just see what he goes for. This is interesting. Big one brewing. It's already brewed.
Like a liberal Uber driver, choosing the less explored route.
What's this now? What?
You've never been in the back of a rideshare and you can see the app clearly directing the driver,
liberal,
and then they kind
liberal
of
with their choices.
Yeah.
I'm going to take a right here.
Yeah, and you're like, really?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Again, Ali claims he doesn't write these lines in the morning. How could one write that and then actually say it that day? So we can take him at his word. But and again, for Azoulay with that back door, if it were Jack-10 of spades, probably we're just gone. But with the backdoor diamonds, we're now a quarter of the deck, gives us all sorts of possibilities, and still ahead of things like we're looking at. Maybe we just go for the call and kind of pray. I don't really think we just come over the top now, but maybe.
How much does specifically the 1.8 million back influence our approach?
Well, a lot. Whatever the depth is behind influences our approach, but that's a lot of chips, 45 bigs behind, and it does just get through. Bravo, sir. Wonderful result for Sverko.
You saw the eye roll immediately from Azoulay, who did not enjoy being put into that situation and steers clear of the Merc. And an immediate reward there for Sverko. Well, if you want to get rewarded with perhaps victory come November over at Resorts World, head on over to the North American Poker Tour, which pays a visit for the 3rd year in a row. 3rd through the 12th, 50K Super High Roller, 5K Main, 1K PokerStars Open, and so much more available. Visit PokerStars online for more deets.
They got the poker room back there.
Oh, yeah. This guy's table captain after dinner break.
No.
Punishing.
No.
Welcome, Adam Hendricks. Sitting on 2.4.
Oh, he's
strong.
still
I'm absolutely not.
Hendricks is strong, independent of the depth of his stack, Nick. He has really asserted himself, in particular at the PGT, as a force to be reckoned with? I'm sure you've had felt
pretty
time
sure
with
we all
him and
remember
observed his
this day.
procedures.
Definitely true. He's asserted himself there, but
serious occasion
also a
that
guy
was
who's done a lot of grinding and traveling around the country, collecting
because you
ideas
used
and
it.
playing
Oh my
fields
God,
such
it's
as
so
this.
famous.
All that
Go fuck yourself.
experience when you're
Go
here.
fuck yourself. What do you do? You won like
Hendricks.
17 bracelets.
Hang on.
Four of the most prestigious poker tournaments.
Okay, now I thought
Has
Taju was
anybody won
actually
more than one?
getting. Yeah, go on.
8.1 million
But
in
you are-
career tournament earnings for Adam. You don't get there at 32
Well,
years of
yours,
age
in the poker championship.
by not putting in the work. Virginia Tech economics and statistics major. Story checks out in terms of a natural path to professional poker. Hailing from Anchorage, Alaska, now lives in Arlington, Virginia. Now perhaps he's low pro working for a three-letter agency, and one hopes for the sake of everybody around it isn't the IRS, CIA, NSA.
Yeah, I got you, Ali.
That's okay. DEA might be a problem as well for some. Taju in particular, it would seem. But that's where those guys are located up there.
If he were a government plant, Hendricks, he really got good at poker for such a situation.
Really, the assignment.
Be very impressive.
But boss, I got to keep up my cover. I mean, it's the main. If I don't show up,
Du vet att det är 60. Alltså, vi har
questions
60,
may be asked.
What's up? What do you want? We're doing beers, wine, spirits.
You think
we have,
Hendricks was
by
ever
the
up
bar,
there
We can serve hot dogs.
peeling
and,
off?
No,
Girls,
the
yes, we can
sort
do.
of animal
But that's under the
figure
table
with the
payment.
kind of, not machete, but the, you know, it looks like its hands are clasped and ready to sort of strike.
that I can do.
Yes.
For fan, that is, for the,
That's
you know,
not a
the
flower.
trinket.
That's an instrument of violence.
I don't, maybe it's a prayer in a kind of flower.
Ja, men då är det lugnt. Då är det
Jack
lugnt.
10
Ja,
limp here
220 då är det bara 60. Det är 60
in front of
mellan varje
Hendricks, who I was going to ask, do you think he was ever up there playing in those back bar deadliest catch games? You know, guys come off the boat, all rolled up, you know, ready to get wasted and play a little cards?
Yeah, I don't know, Ali. Sort of a big flop for this is so strong.
Put it here so nobody thinks I'm...
Sort of a big flop for Fan, the double gut shot to the nuts twice for Hendricks, middle pair.
It's actually, is there a Fibonacci sequence in his double shaded circle within the square situation?
Drink like a
He
man.
looks like front row Paris Fashion Week, by the way.
Been done already.
You know.
Yeah, no, it's unbelievable.
But I don't promote.
I love it.
Yeah. Turn for me one more time, darling.
Well, the nines have been outturned here by what was the double gutter and now becomes jacks.
5 gallons of water. and
Non-zero
poker table.
chance
I
this
will
guy
not
can give a
invite him to my
mean
Friday game.
graduated bob kind of woman's cut.
Oh, there you go.
Just as a side deal.
It's okay. He's good on my book.
Just, you know.
Honestly, for being
I'm
an
layering.
Indian with a dot, you're actually pretty funny guy. It's a compliment.
Some bricklaying on the end.
Likely we have a value bet from Fan and a call from Hendricks coming. He does check it once more, and for Adam, I would think he pursues value in the face of the 3 checks.
But what do we target?
A 7, even the duck, even ace high as possible. This is just the idea in these limp checked all the way down. We go for value as the big blind, very thin in theory. I would think even a 7 can consider betting.
South.
Well, assigning a lack of king and jack incorrectly, albeit, but understandably, Hendricks comes with half pot.
This is all fairly normal.
But just
Fan perhaps toying with the idea of value raising. If you really think your hand is best in this situation, you could go for it. But we would imagine he'll just call.
Is opening the action with such exploits not too much risk for too little potential?
That's very well said. Something you have to be extremely careful with is reopening the action. It's a profound declaration.
could be tough.
And in particular,
Oh,
against
look at
the
this,
talents
though.
of
He's
Hendricks.
doing it.
I would imagine.
This is really
I've been
nice
taking my
from
kids pretty
Fan.
much time now. They're old enough, so.
He's just right. He's just raising for value. Maybe in his mind, this is sort of a merge where occasionally he folds the same hand out or Jack Queen out, or even something like King 3 that went for the check twice. But one gets the feeling he is just raising for value. And for Hendricks, these are so tough.
This strikes me as one of those game-recognized game sorts of spots where Hendricks came within value and Fan returns the favor. But the nines really withering on the vine, which wasn't all that ripe to begin with.
He's sort of cupping the cards as if they're about to get flicked towards the muck, but...
There it is.
Pick one.
Wait. Yeah, exactly.
You can pick one always.
Yeah. Jack of...
Well, he'll be happy to see that one, Ollie.
That's good enough.
Leaves no doubt.
I'll tell you what, I bet you the entire table is fairly convinced it's more than just a single jack, though.
You know, I think you're right.
Said I almost checked back. Fun part is that I haven't checked anybody. Like when I look up, I was like, fuck it, I'm not going to check.
I think
So
that
I have
one
no idea. Okay, he's Argentina, I know. You're
is going to be logged
You want a bracelet? I know
by
that.
Hendricks as he continues his way through this feature. And we continue to keep an eye on some of the notable stacks in the room. Brought to you by Poker Stars, Brian Hastings, 3.7, Chad Power, Ike Caxton, RC, Kenny Hallert. And this gentleman, I confess I wasn't familiar with, 7 High, apparently of Devil's Plan fame from Netflix, a Korean reality show.
Okay.
Eric Afriat also making moves. There's your new chip leader, Sebastian
on,
Schultz,
Sebastian.
9.3. Oh, kitted up.
My word.
A healthy helping of tokens. And how about a helping of Natalie Bodie as we send it over to her for an update?
With the elimination of Safiya Umerova, there are now just 4 women remaining in the World Series of Poker main event. In 2024, Kristen Foxen was the last woman standing, finishing in 13th. And then in 2012, women finished back-to-back in 10th and 11th. But the first and only woman to make the World Series of Poker main event final table was Barbara Enright in 1995. Time will tell if any of the 4 women remaining can close that nearly 30-year-long drought.
Thanks, Natalie. And I got to say, Nick, the talents of women in poker across the entirety of the summer cannot be slept on, as they have fielded an increasingly dangerous side year after year.
Antarctica. And,
in particular, Ite's presence at that PPC final table was the one that caught my attention.
Green Bay. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a tremendous run, and you're right, Ollie.
And here she is as one of those last 4 that Natalie was talking about, along with Leonore Margetts, Laura Eisenberg, and Lindsay McDougall.
Michael.
I might move there. No one will find me after I win the main event.
Well, obviously, we'll be keeping an eye on that.
July 16th.
The pictures of Saul.
Heartbreakingly.
Because we were going to in December.
Yeah.
I believe it was it last year or a couple of years ago when Kristen Foxen made it down to the final 2 tables?
That was last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So close, and definitely in the conversation for one of the best, if not the best, female tournament poker player out there.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
20 times.
What's happening here?
No, I was going to do a little fan fashion week, but I'm done.
Here's your phone.
Flat from Hendricks on the button, grinder with ace-10 off. Squeezable.
All-in hash brownies.
Callable.
These all-in hash brownies were excellent.
Very
nutritious, nutritious, and yeah, I feel
Kind of getting that
energized
feeling that 400 some
feel
odd
at
is
ease.
coming out.
and happy. Yeah. It was, and it tasted well. It tastes good.
Your spidey senses were tingling.
No, you
Very
didn't
small,
go.
by the way. Very. Just goes for essentially
You skipped the flat.
3x
No,
the open
man.
with a flatter.
I know a pot brews, but truly, the visual would be so enhanced by the presence of a hairless cat.
I would think, yes. I would think for fan, we're just all in.
Maybe a Chinese crested. Have you seen these dogs? Just a
yes, we got Charlie. You're talking about what's his name from Zoolander, right? With the little cat.
Yeah, right.
Like the-
Or Dr. Evil, I think, had one of those. Mr. Bigglesworth.
Yeah, but what it doesn't matter.
Just when you thought it couldn't get.
Sorry?
Just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier.
There's a fucking Abba in the background.
Oh.
Singing cowboy shows up.
He is all in. The declaration made to the dealer.
Yep.
It's like a puncture.
Well, the grinder, not necessarily enjoying the taste of this.
Duncan.
Fairly acrid
Right?
4-bet jam.
Here's a coin. What coin is that?
Might need a new deck after the same.
Yes. So he
These are the perils of
Morning, and he
obviously
gave me,
taking
energy to me.
creative lines
He
such
gave
as
me
this, but
food,
perhaps,
Well, the squeeze is pretty normal.
yeah.
But one thing I have seen from the grinder, we get the feeling he's going to fold. Perhaps he already has. Maybe not. But the grinder makes things strange for everybody because he's very splashy. So sometimes in these spots, I've seen him think that a re-splash of sorts is happening because he makes the meta, he makes everything a little bit wider. So if he has it in his mind that fan might do this with something like ace-7 suited, etc., I've seen him make crazier calls before, but ace-10 off this deep in the main for just south of 30 bigs from fan.
You know, even if he's being splashy, though, do we really want to risk 1.2 million?
He's talking to him.
And how well does ace-10 offsuit perform?
And he does get away.
Plenty of disasters, potentially, that we would find ourselves in, and perhaps the downsized 3-bet
It has to be post flop. Post flop.
is in order to minimize losses in the event that a response such as this comes our way. Though, perhaps
Cards are here.
Look,
it
guys,
invites that response more often. Unclear. What is clear is that we are working our way in a hurry, closer and closer
Sorry?
to the final few tables in this one. 272 remaining.
Oh, looks like Garner and Hendry will be off to the races.
Yeah, these guys are headed toward one another on the same tracks. And the jacks have the 10s in a way. And unfortunately for Hendry, who you see here,
Can he find it, Ali?
is back against the wall. Ace 6, unhelpful. Is this board? The turn also failing to render assistance as the dreaded 2-outer is where Mr. Hendry finds himself here, day 5 of the main. Is there a rabbit in the hat? No.
Good game, man.
Abracadabra. Hendry
Good run,
disappears.
sir. Just 271 remain. So close yet so far. Runs like this, one has mixed feelings, but that 52 dimes will look a little better in the morning.
No, he had jacks, he had 10s. I folded ace jack and I fucked with ace ace.
For just a few hands, he caught some hands, though, huh? He's a killer.
At least it's a nice feeling. You got to get it in the dog shit.
That would have been so sick if we heads up. You're drawing dead on the flop.
Dead.
Drawing dead on the flop.
I had the last jack.
Ace jack?
I had ace jack. I told you I had ace jack.
I remember you saying a big ace. Oh yeah, you
I said ace jack. I didn't want to say before the flop in case he hit 10, you've only got one out. After the flop, yeah, you would have had one out if he hit the 10. But have we seen the flop? You'd have been drawing dead. Unusual to be drawing dead.
You know, prior to the audio issue biting us a second time on the evening, Nick, I was talking about Will Kassouf's call with pocket threes with 5 overcards out there that made its rounds in socials. I believe it was Poker News that posted it, and he thoroughly engaged his opponent throughout the course of that hand and then made this incredible call, and obviously has ridden it straight through to this point. And I think at the time you were alluding to the fact that while you can be kind of lured into this perception that Kassouf is just out here to be an imp or whatever, this dude's cold.
Yeah, you know, we've seen some of these moments from him. It's intriguing. For anybody that loves the game and is interested in tournaments, their own game, everybody's worth a watch, you know, and it's perhaps he does sometimes have a great sense for where his opponent is at and lures them in. For Nguyen with ace-8 suited, he's just gone. Didn't really see that coming.
I'll show you if I've won. You can see it? Go on, 7 high like a boss. 7 high like a boss. Oh, you're gonna have insurance in this game, boys. You're gonna have insurance. Don't worry about that. Please. There you go. I'll show one. One of you guys have to show for 2 as well. Come on. Time for 3. Come on, it's fair.
Is he part Asian, Kassouf? It doesn't matter. I mean, I don't, you know, but you know what I'm saying?
Like, Bryn Kenny famously shops, you know, ravages the boutiques in Tokyo. If the shirt is what's leading him in that
direction.
direction.
I saw the shirt, but also
almond-shaped optical, slightly.
What's that? You know.
All the fans actually see it.
I mean, you know,
they're actually the only ones that see it. You actually never get to see it.
My guess is yes.
Every time you win a pot, you show 1 card.
Okay, got it.
If we're at the roulette wheel,
yeah, what it was, Ali, was there's a slight almond-shaped optical situation that.
Right.
But I'm not.
Like if we have to put our chips on yellow or white, I think we split. You know, in roulette you can kind of put them in between. I think we. Although I don't think they allow that on the red-black bet.
I show a lot. I show a lot. Everyone don't want to be obligated.
Don't be the party pooper.
Sorry, I asked. I knew it would
Come on, Grandpa.
not work out. I asked anyway.
Exactly. Come on, Grandpa. Go, Grandpa, show me the deuce. Imagine your 6-year-old, he'll be buzzing.
I didn't
Exactly. Come on, Grandpa.
I feel you.
You got to do it, right? Show the deuce.
Oh, man.
Right.
By the way, at my casino,
Okay, no. So you in? We're showing 1 card. Agreed? Everyone's in. Don't be a
I
party.
would absolutely allow the red-black split bet. Would I not?
Yeah.
They got me.
Yeah.
That's my favorite customer in the house.
Come.
Oh, 0-0.
Right, I'm gonna have to raise
So
big now.
sorry.
I was going to min raise it. You're not doing it? The whole table's doing it. You're not going to show 1 card? Wow. I've got a hand. No, I've got a hand it.
We can go.
Ask it now.
Oh, he's coming for me now.
No. I'm playing my hand. I'm saying I might have to raise bigger than I was. I was going to min raise it, but now I might raise it bigger.
Laying the groundwork
I've
for
got a hand. I'm not wasting time. I've got a hand. 1 second.
for a cheeky 5-deuce suited here. Misdirection.
Well, he definitely gets after it pre.
Raise.
Look at this.
Is that a $125?
Yeah, it's Italian.
So you're American, we got Italian.
100%.
Right. Okay. You speak full Italian? Speak.
Mid-pot 23 and me pursuits there.
Andiamo, come in capo, bellissimo, fantastico, meraviglioso, capo di tutti i capi. Bello di mamma, bravo.
Kassouf.
Grazie mille, prego. Are we showing 1? Joshua, we're showing 1 card?
Just basically ran through.
Only because you don't want to play the game, and it'll be fun if you show the deuce, right? Do you want me to show? Shall I show the deuce?
Lesson 1 of.
It'll be sick. It'll be sick. Show the deuce.
Duolingo for Italy.
Happy now? Because you said you won't show 1. Just for the fans. Just to prove a point.
All see it, man.
I'm maximum 3x. Yeah? It was.
I think that's how it works.
I'll tell you that when you see it. The other one was a 5. I had a straight flush draw. The powerhouse, 5 deuce of diamond.
I think you were ahead.
I had 5 deuce of diamond. I was not ahead.
I could see this guy really getting under your skin, man.
5 deuce of diamond.
You know?
I had pseudo connectors.
I know I had
If I'm stuck in a cash game,
Could you imagine?
For the rest of the table,
there would just
I did
be
that. One for the team to raise it 5 deuce.
so little likelihood that strangulation would be
I had the ace of diamonds, so he doesn't
in play.
Just this level, not all day, just this level.
I've heard you tilt, but for real, I actually heard a great story recently about, well, let's just say when I was losing.
Let's put a pin in it and allow Jeff Platt to tell us some stories as he's standing by with the aforementioned Mr. 7 High himself.
All right, out in the field post-dinner break, late day 5. Want to check in with the man that they call 7 High. Have you seen The Devil's Plan on Netflix? You should probably watch. Let's chat with him here. 7 High, stand up for me for a quick second, please. So I have so many questions for you, but first off, what's it feel like to win a massive pot that you just did, blind versus blind, late day 5 of the main?
I mean, it's just like went so quick, so I mean, kind of feel good, especially in this stage of the tournament. Like if you get like stacked like easy, then it's kind of good, feel good.
I got to ask you the cliche question, how you apply skills on the reality TV front to skills on the poker table.
I mean, it's almost the same. Like you gotta concentrate and like you just do your best. Just playing my game, that's it. So I think it's pretty similar, and I mean, it kind of helped. I mean, I play poker, so like in Netflix it kind of worked, I think. Yeah.
You have the perfect resume for this. I'm going to send you back to the action so you don't miss a hand. Appreciate the time.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, 7 High, guys.
Thanks, Jeff.
By the way, that dude's jacked.
Yeah. That's, yeah. You might need some alterations. That's not an off-the-rack sort of shoulder width.
No, I mean, he looks strong. Is Byungeun gone? Very good game, sir. Classy on the way out with the picture. What a run. Great player. He'll be back.
You know, that to selfie before you get showered day 5 of the main is, he indulged graciously there. I thought he had quite a few chips, did he not, when we last visited?
He had a lot, but it was a while ago.
Yeah.
I mean, it was only 40 bigs or what have you. It wasn't an amount where something crazy must have happened.
Right.
Might not be the best upbringing.
Gets expensive out there. At present, 100K in orbit.
I'm not treated perfectly.
The taxation.
Are you describing your life?
No, I left my home when I was 13. Trust me, I was pretty much worse. Not me.
8 years ago? You left your home 8 years ago?
13.
8 years ago, you left.
Because of the hair. My surgery with my hair.
Grinder with big slick.
All right.
Race 85.
By the way, you know, you touched on this hat.
You got the best vodka right hand.
Tequila Commissario.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
The Palms Casino here in Las Vegas, originally developed by the Maloof brothers.
Okay.
Gavin Maloof, the proprietor behind Tequila Commissario.
Well, there you go.
And I confess, he did connect and offer to deliver some spirits here to the booth, perhaps in the interest of helping you tolerate me throughout the main.
It's going to take a lot more than that. It will be going in for
Make the right choice.
the 10-10.
Very, very hard.
Doesn't take
And of course, he'll be
Yes.
getting action
That's
from the
light.
grinder. Good luck, gentlemen.
Yes, this is hitting.
any more than 20 miles for
Very hard.
Halag.
I didn't.
Oh, and for Mohamed with sub 10 BBs, I think we just call it off here.
Five. Sorry.
Well, Alan Mohamed is asking for a count. Raise and jam in front of us, covered by Halag.
You know, if the grinder were some very nitty player,
right,
it's one thing, but he does put it in. Grinder will be putting it in as well.
Yeah. All in.
Wow.
Sorry, guys. Pick one. Pick one.
Oh my God, it's easy.
Pick the other one. Now you're okay.
Ace king, ace queen.
Ace king, ace queen.
Pocket 9. Pocket 10.
So perhaps
Pocket 10.
Yeah, I need 10.
Okay.
tempted by the lure of a prospective triple up, as well
I want him to lose.
as
Why?
intrigued by
Because you're so fucking good.
One time.
Mizrachi being the protagonist.
I just give a compliment. I don't.
Mohamed finds himself in
pretty sure
trouble
you can
playing
take it.
for the main.
Of course I gotta take it.
Yeah.
If he wins, he can take
Forgot
it.
about it.
Plays for the side
Here's the tournament right here.
and loves the spot he finds himself in.
If there's an ace of king, we can just salute for the 19th bracelet of Butzakowski. What's your name? Butzakowski? Mizrachi. Was it almost the same?
Mizrachi.
Mizrachi.
Mizrachi, I remember. Oh, I like it.
All right, here we go.
3 off the top. Jack 7, 5. 10s. Cozy here.
It's gonna come like an ace of hearts, probably. You're okay.
3/5 of the way home.
Oh, Mohamed finds the queen.
Oh my God, I see the river.
There is a small side pot from
You can't even win,
the
right?
10-10 can still remain in the tournament.
But an unsavory lady night walking her way into the turn.
Well, you're not drawing. You have the side pot. You have a side
Infection
pot.
of the 10s. The byproduct.
So a massive triple from Mohamed.
I don't think he covers you.
Cover him.
You cover me? No, you cover.
The 10s will win
I win something?
the side pot.
Wow.
530.
This was the least probable of outcomes, and Halag knows it.
Hit it for me.
How much?
A very harrowing turn for Halag, as he was rendered just dead, as the 10 would make the straight for Mizrachi.
Set up.
A zero sweat delivery.
And just like that, Mohamed, who was sub 10 BBs, now has north of 30. What a feeling.
No, we played one level before this.
Did he?
Well, for the man who lists wellness as one of his hobbies, this certainly qualifies as such pursuit. Surfing, health, spending time with his sons. The others? Social communications major.
I'm still alive, at least still alive.
Wife Luciana and children Clara and Valentine, perhaps looking on in Asturias, Spain.
Imagine people watching.
That's a very rich food culture out there where he hails from. That man knows his way through an iberical leg, I would imagine.
Unbelievable.
As do you, my friend.
Honestly,
you know, I
don't want any one of you to bust because you're lovely, except seat number 4. Cheers! Cheers!
I'll tell you what.
You have to relax. It's obvious that.
It's obviously not a joke.
You have 2 cards?
Yeah.
Okay.
You ever read on that disturbingly yellow
Service.
beverage?
I mean, that's a beer, Ollie.
Is it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe that's a beer. It's one of my expert reads. What else could it be? What do you, I mean,
Sorry.
you know something? It could be a tequila and orange juice or something of. I shouldn't say, because you're right. The hue was a bit more yellow than. Fair enough.
Because as I'm a joke with you too.
One thing I could tell you for sure is that it contains alcohol.
Une dame de pute.
Well, this pod contains at minimum 3 participants, says Mizrachi. Back at it with the ace-5 offsuit. Rick Green flats the king-queen. Taju accepts the invitation with queen-9 suited. Hard 8 for fan in the big can close.
He's like, good, because it ain't going to stop.
No. But that's not true. That's not true. Yeah. That would be a bad person. That's not true.
I mean, Anna Wintour herself would be so proud of this.
Someone's showing a card. Someone's showing a card.
A card?
A card.
5, 6,
Someone is gonna
7.
show
This
us.
is big blind reppable sort of flop texture here. Under pair to the board with the wrong side of an open-ender. Mizrachi with bottom pair. Gut shot and overs for Taju. 3 checks in front of him.
You did when you were forced to do it.
When you got outed. When you got outed, you revealed some card that you couldn't smash.
That you made.
I told the teacher on myself.
You called the teacher when you got caught.
I plead.
No.
I made a plea
You
deal.
know what? You
That's
did
like from your
nothing.
legal career.
You did absolutely zero wrong.
Somehow the 5s from the grinder still just good. By the way, does Green want to consider taking this king of clubs interaction with the jack and the 10 for that matter? And let's just check.
Pair full. Pair of 5s.
That's just a winner for the grinder.
John
Strong.
played very well in possession.
Why? Yeah.
Honestly, we just wanted to be happy and be back.
I was trapping them.
Hold on, where were you? Were you in the big blind?
No, I actually looked at one card and raised.
You looked at the 5.
I looked, obviously.
Guaranteed you looked at the fucking 5. As he announced, I'm on tilt. Looks at the 5, open, UTG, 2. I like it.
I never said I played tight.
Sending alcohol to this feature table is like the fire
Can't get here
brigade
playing tight.
filling the truck with
fact.
kerosene.
No, I mean, and there he is right on
What
cue.
the- who's that for, bro?
This-
Yeah,
by the way,
take them
that's
first.
approaching the upper boundary of what this gentleman likely is able to
unloaded
support
on
there.
that
That
one.
was a
No.
pretty heavy haul.
Yeah.
Give me a 3-2.
Yeah, that was a full tray.
Wow.
I hope
Oh,
these
yeah,
guys
I
are
do.
tipping, you know.
Sorry?
You'd be surprised out there. Some of the
Télécharge PokerGO, s'il te plaît, et paye.
Some
J'ai envie
legendary
d'enregistrer ces moments,
stiffs.
Well, some of our international players just kind of, they know when you come to the States, you got to tip a little,
Over
but
3-1.
You would think.
Same shit.
I'm good.
Huh? What?
Well, let's see what kind of appetite for ace-5 offsuit Fan has. Granted,
No,
folded around
he's-
to his
no, the
small
other guy
blind,
more.
different
Tends to have more.
circumstances.
I lose everything anyways. I have 5 outs. No, well, yeah, if it's a queen, yeah.
Hendricks
Ace or a king.
taking note.
I need a 10 on the
looks
river.
like
or a
120 to go.
king. Whatever.
And with
Serviceable.
a beautiful one.
Yeah. Pseudo connector.
Yeah. I mean,
Did the server urgently kind of make his way to somewhere he could rest the tray? I don't know how far the
server
well is.
actually collapsed on the side. Big flop for Hendricks. A lot of stuff going on for Fan as well.
Ace of hearts, wheel gutter. Interactions. Versus backdoor diamonds and that double gutter on this 8 high,
On the
2 heart
flops,
board,
just hold it
280
for
in the
a
middle.
second 'cause we're
Blind
flipping
versus
cards.
blind.
Don't muck them real fast.
Yeah, because we're showing
the flops. We're showing one card.
Avec l'amour.
Goes for 105 into 280.
Options for Hendricks?
I kind of think we just go for the call every time. The hand is just so good. If we raise, we have to call it off. And we don't really want to do that. Massive turn for Hendricks, picking up diamonds as well.
As it stands, though, nothing more than 6 high, still with 490 in the middle. And when we get called on this board by that big blind defender as Fan, we do need to be mindful of some of the pairs, right?
Certainly Hendricks can have a variety of one-pair hands. The king kind of hits Fan a little bit harder than it hits Adam.
He gives me a $50 coin, and the story is that, well, have you seen a $50 coin?
Not a long time.
Long time, so it's out of circulation. And it's Canada on it, and this one is old, very old. And so he says, do you know the guy? He says, these guys. He said, yeah, he's not bothering you.
And if Fan goes for something
And I'll
in
tell
the
the story about the
300
coin.
range,
Fucker pops up,
which
yeah.
this could go a lot of different directions,
That guy pops
Hendricks
out
will
his pocket,
think long and
$50
hard about potentially just moving all in. This is a very
That's
typical
crazy. He
goes, "Yeah, I know."
semi-bluff
I go,
type hand, essentially an open-ended straight draw, flush draw,
He goes, no,
one that
hand.
benefits
And this extra
greatly
money.
from garnering folds. It looks like
Isn't that weird?
That's crazy.
So he comes with 250 into 490. And for Hendricks,
Maybe
I could certainly see call, but all in is quite nice. If we think Fan is messing about enough of the time where we just clear all sorts of stuff, that's quite compelling to just pick up this 750 uncontested.
And when we do get called, we know that we're performing rather well on average,
Yeah, you wouldn't last long.
provided that the diamonds are live.
The flip side of that coin is Adam feels he has a skill edge on the remaining field for the most part. And that's
very weird because
something that sometimes urges one to take a more conservative route and preserve and tiptoe around. Yeah. He does go all in. I believe it's been declared. This is really nice from Hendricks, and that'll do it. Beautiful.
Pick one.
Button. No, what's the board? Needs the board.
That's what I was saying. Like, just hold the board.
Really? He can do that?
There you go.
6 of diamonds.
There you go.
So Adam Hendricks taking initiative on the turn and taking a bite out of Fan.
Wow. A little bit of spice.
That's a good card to pick.
Well, Play Poker Go is where the action never stops, and now you can chase your share of $1 million in gold every single hour. Jump into free online poker with real players and zero risk. The gold free roll runs every hour on the half. No buy and no catch, just your shot at gold. Play now at playpokergo.com, available on web, iOS, and Android. And Natalie Bodie makes herself available.
Standing by with Leo Margetts, and we talked about it. Your best finish in the main was 09. You got a 27th. What do you remember most from that run?
It was my first main event, so imagine, yeah, it was awesome. I never had a deep run. I mean, maybe one day 4, but never this deep again, so super happy.
How have you seen this tournament evolve since then?
How what?
Have you seen this tournament evolve since then?
I don't understand what you're saying.
How has it changed?
Evolved, sorry. I mean, the profile of the players changed a bit, but I think I don't think it has changed so much. You always see the magic of this tournament. I think, like, even pros, we take it a bit different, you know, like it's probably the only tournament that still makes butterflies to all of us.
Wonderful. I'm going to send you back. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Well, let's check in once more with the notable counts and some new names. Notably, Nate Silver, 538 fame.
Nate gets down there, man.
He does, man. He takes it seriously. He's played some cash. He's played on streams, understands the mission ahead of him.
Tough, too. I had a moment with him where I realized he doesn't just always have queens. He's actually, like, stealing a lot of pots and stuff.
He's got his dancing shoes on, as one must if they hope to make it this deep in the main, unless it's a sun run. 10 million will go to the eventual victor, as this segment is brought to you in part by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly.
I'm sure you didn't want it to.
I'm the big blind, guys.
And then when everyone folds, then you realize you got 3?
Yeah. I want to reconfirm.
I've never seen
Why
that.
is that so strange? Don't put any more debt.
I've never seen that. I don't think ever.
Really?
I've seen this deal, someone's got 3 cards, but they've noticed straight out, dealer, I've got 3 cards before the dealer's even given the second card to the button.
No, there's no, he obviously didn't notice because he's losing his...
I'm not saying he did it intentionally, but I've never seen that.
How can you intentionally get dealt 3 cards? How do you intentionally get dealt 3 cards?
I believe he didn't realize that all the action happened, it was on him, almost.
Well, he didn't...
I don't. Why is it so...
If they don't look, you touch your cards. I thought...
No, but it's stuck together.
I'm not blaming, I'm not blaming.
I did it like
I'm surprised they actually stuck. That's not your fault, but it's your fault they get it too. It's your fault they stuck together.
Cards are stuck.
Shout out, by the way, Nick, to one Eric Ridgway. It was written into us.
You're like, hey, I want 3 cards.
Up late on the East Coast, newborn on his chest, soaking up the stream out there.
Congratulations, Eric. Best thing in life.
Obviously,
his hand is dead regardless. If you've got ace, king, your hand is dead.
Watching the main, of course, but congrats on the newborn as well. Just kidding. I meant the newborn.
I was just saying, I had this...
What if he played it?
Being down here in the main.
By the way, the rail seems to be growing. I don't know if another tournament just let out, or they're on break, or just people are kind of migrating down down here.
If they notice, even if
I'd want to know that we kind of. Well, if you want, and you
Kassouf?
it's going to come up for sure.
Yeah.
It's like
migrating 110K.
There is a guy that I know is
Into the middle.
I played with him at.
And when we're in these pressure cooker ICM situations, and I know we throw ICM around, but what that means is you're at that juncture of a tournament where your stack really is worth quite a bit of money. A hand like Zverko has is a kind of coveted hand to aggress with. He is doing it, and let's see how Kassouf responds.
What did you go out?
It's not missed deal, is it?
What did you go out with, Sean?
Elevator up, 405.
Yesterday, last night, I couldn't help but notice Kassouf opened 9-5 offsuit. It got 3-bet and cold called, and he called as well. This hand quite a bit cleaner than the 9-5, but still just 6 high.
What happened was I was down to like 3 million, and made it 100. There's 40 million in play with 2 other guys that both have a lot. So I picked up, I think I folded a couple hands.
If I'm folding, show me one.
I picked up.
Looks like he's gone, Ollie. Maybe not, but it looks that way. What have we here?
All in and call in progress over at table C, I'm being told. And the particulars involve Tony Gregg up against Viktor Blom. Now, Blom already has worked his way northbound off of the low water mark we last observed of 325K, but now 905 precariously finds itself in the middle. Coincidentally, that's what Tony Gregg has back with this ace-queen, which connects with the ace.
You know, I touched on it a little bit before, but Tony Gregg, really a legend. At a particular time, to me, he was playing the best 2-card around out of anybody, certainly in the conversation. A guy who plays with a lot of conviction, had a lot of ideas early on. Can Viktor find the 8, by the way?
No, he can't.
Very good game to you, sir. The legendary Viktor Blom, Isildur, all-time great. What a run. What a summer he's putting together. Always fun to play with, always cool, keeps him moving, nice guy.
Yep.
All around, just killer.
The snowmen melting, and along with them, the hopes of the Swede, Viktor Blom, as Monsieur Sunset Club pulls the curtain on Viktor. There it is, Les Sunset Club. I wonder what happens there.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on at Les Sunset Club, but I can tell you, if Tony gets in his zone, I'm telling you, Ali, very special player. Let's see if Kassouf called.
I tried for the team to get the hand completely.
Looks like we have another hand.
Missed deal, and we have.
That we do.
Dealt out again, which is what should have happened, but that's the rule.
Opener, Carmino Aguero,
Harsh on the big blind if he wakes up.
62 years of age, from Ann Arbor, Michigan. I suspect
now you just realized?
Big blue fan.
I fully realized you said ace king, but I'm like, how are you playing?
Been playing poker since 1972.
Yeah, no, he got dealt 3 cards, isn't it? So he's got
One-time final tableist.
Ace king, if not aces.
403,000 in career tournament earnings. Enjoys hunting, traveling, and fishing. Does not enjoy being 3-bet, which is where he finds himself by the other elder statesman. Mr. Swift settles on 230K.
This is bad.
Because I knew as soon as I saw 3, I knew my hand was dead.
That is not very nice.
I apologize.
Not very nice, sir.
You can choose one.
Carmino
I'll see it on.
bows out.
I'll see it on.
Hang on.
I'll see it on the stream.
So you have the Lions and Tigers
10 high like a boss. You got to say it.
lid
10 high like a
jersey
boss.
combo there. That's diehard Michigan
Detroit.
sportsman.
I'm 9 high like a boss.
I'm not going to steal your show.
But, to complete Lions, Tigers, and Bears, one would need to leave the borders of Michigan to go to Illinois for Chicago. So can't really,
of course you do. Yeah.
can't really get the trifecta going. It's okay.
Have you been to Detroit ever, Ali?
It's the fact that I
Sweet
sit
boy
before
like you, pretty boy like
yeah,
you.
exactly. With everything intact suggests no.
You might get robbed in the airport at Detroit.
They got loads of
How much would you pay?
workshops.
When the airport has, oh, don't go to Terminal D,
Yeah.
my boy. That's,
Close one to me, McLaren.
They can,
Weird. Feels like
they can really lift you off out there.
I don't
know.
Yeah, it's a fun car. Really nice car to drive. The handling, the shape of it. And, yeah, the drive most important.
You been to
and it's British
Detroit,
as well, so
Nick?
it's proud to have a British car and it's a supercar.
I have.
You can drive it everywhere. You can't park
Do
everywhere.
tell.
You know, you can't take the
What
local
was
high
the
street,
occasion?
local supermarket. Worry about someone keying it and walking out too many jealous haters.
Sorry,
I've got
I
a few
was-
jealous haters, so yeah.
I was just
don't
kind of
drive my
passing
McLaren
through
everywhere.
on a little business. Don't worry about it, Ollie.
If I want to
All
park it
right. Some things, not everything is meant for the air.
I wish that people at home could see the manner in which you rubbed your palms together during that response, which really helped inform us.
Ducks for Sverko.
80K.
And for win, these are close. Looks like he 3-bet.
Didn't waste any time doing it either. Late
Certainly
raise.
a normal choice.
Yeah.
But he does have that awkward stack depth 40 bigs where if he meets resistance from Sverko, he might very well have to go with the ace-queen, so to speak. So it's a little bit, sometimes you see players call.
If I driven on racetrack, I want to do
I'll show
max
bro.
speed. Max speed's like over 200 miles an hour.
Not quite as much
Might Sverko be going duck hunting?
as the ace-jack, but the ace-queen really one of those we don't wish to hitch our wagon to in terms of final aspirations, day 5 of the main, if called upon.
Yes, I remember now.
Tends to lack durability in those spots this deep.
I know what you mean, Ollie.
So obviously I've been speeding it, but yeah, only slightly over the speed.
That's like,
Does just
probably
pick it
the
up
worst
pre.
thing. That's probably the
A
worst.
welcome sight.
100%. I'm just letting you know.
Everything
whizzing
Well, Will Kassouf has certainly made a name for himself, and not just during his run here in this main or this summer, but also dating all the way back to 2016. And if you don't remember it, let's listen in.
You cannot say anything that influences the action at hand.
All I said was I'll keep it friendly. If she folded show, I will show.
You will receive a penalty if another word comes out of your mouth. You and I are going to have a conversation when this hand is over, okay? You taunted her by these motions, did you not? Hey, Dave, this guy's on a one-round penalty until he gets back to the small blind. 1 round.
You know, in Will's defense, a word did not come out of his mouth, and you know, I don't know.
I've been on the racetrack before.
You know,
And I've
I appreciate
in 3.5 minutes.
workarounds.
Oh,
It took a while.
You know, do you think it was warranted there, Jack Eiffel, giving him the 1-rounder?
You know, my feeling was that it built throughout the day. That clip in isolation, it didn't seem that bad, but perhaps it was building. I don't know. It's a slippery slope because it is poker, you know. It's okay to kind of...
Yeah. And by the way, you know, there's been some players throughout the years that famously
The car. I floored it.
work those streets with high aptitude to great advantage, and Will strikes me as exactly that kind of player. I think a lot of people sort of think he's being self-indulgent, and maybe some measure of it is that, but I do think he actually leverages all of this in order to play his best
I think
game.
you multiply it by 0.62, whatever that is.
Now the ace-9 offsuit plus button being leveraged with a click by JWIN.
Perhaps a very difficult decision coming up for Win if Garner elects to put him in. I would think we just barely have to call off here, but it's pretty sick end of the day.
Like if I had my case dollar, I'd give it to
Yeah.
you. And I know a lot of people.
Just around those, in Nuremberg ring.
Yeah.
You got
My friend says that you're...
And I did
On the
We'll
straight.
be back.
Yeah, step away from Michael Garner's decision there to bring you one that's already been made by Halag with pocket deuces. He took that beat with 10s. Higher hopes here, but unfortunately, unlike that last pot, this time he is not the dominant holding. That honor belongs to man.
Am I going to open deuces, Michael? Not right now. If I ever
It's
double
Halag.
up in this tournament, I will.
On the rail, praying for a deuce.
No.
Not getting one on the
What's wrong
flop.
with you, man? Chop it up. What's wrong with you guys?
Oh, beautiful.
Actually, he's a nice guy. I'd chop with this guy. He got kind of jacked on the tens.
I mean, he did. Yeah, it was unlucky.
7.
I mean, I think he mostly got jacked because he walked over here. I go, yeah, you're in really good shape, bro. Bam!
I mean, the words you never should say.
Well, man, suspecting that he may have ridden the broom on Halag in the pot that left him with this 240, and he lacks hope with one to come and finds it.
The duck. Oh, they might go up. Yeah, never mind, but that was unbelievable.
Listen, he found more than a duck.
I'll be back in 20.
You think he knows her?
What's it? By the way, I'm Halag. Very sick for man, obviously, taking it well, but what can you do?
He offered to chop, but I don't recall him offering to lose the pot.
Can you call?
And now man will be left with just 300,000.
That's the first really sick one I can recall from this evening.
The tens with the ace, queen, ace, king wasn't exactly savory, but yes.
But it wasn't a river kind of two-outer for your life, you know?
This was a pure sort of virulent little river there.
You're right, though. The queen was a bolt from the blue.
Dis-lui que j'appelle de carreau. Dis-lui que j'appelle de carreau.
This is kung.
Second, everybody. These cards are starting.
Det är ändå 5-10 lax varje jävla hopp. Alltså. Kan du kolla på, jag vet inte vad det är nästa. Fortsätt, sa du?
They're not bend marks, though. They're like punctures.
They're like punctures?
Yeah.
Ja, det är långt kvar.
I believe.
Two punctures on the ace of heart.
Yes, yes, yes.
Which is.
Can you please figure out? You will check out?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't like play like that.
This is a fresh deck completely. What happened?
Played with you guys really. Oh, so like,
I don't know.
dude, you're like 5 levels ahead of me, dude.
Is it also chef that you
The same.
It's the same.
Used to be the same
Kassouf
So cow chef.
dolled up here.
Oh, so I do know. Maybe that's one of my.
That's cow chef sounds.
Red Kings responsible for this 100K.
If you fold, I'll show one. If you show me two, I'll show you two. I got a big.
Let's start with a call.
Okay.
Ace-8
Cow chef.
off
You have the best
suit.
hand at the moment, unless you're trapping them with aces, obviously.
Do you have a last name pronunciation for us before I
It's so funny.
upset for Kassouf?
I confess.
Ace of Hearts working, by the way, for
Set over set. We've seen that in the
our
main
new
event. We saw that
player.
heads up in the main event.
I was
2016, I think.
desperately hoping
3 players left. It was set over
not
set
to
on the
be
flop.
tasked with that, but
Threes against deuces.
perhaps Kajtez?
This could be another 6
I'm good with that.
Deja vu.
Yeah.
I'm trapping you, you're trapping me. You give me the speech, I give you the speech. If you got it, you got it. 3-bet, 4-bet, all goes in. All these coolers, huh? I don't know whether to give a free card or not. I mean, I've seen worse flops in my hand, but I've seen better ones as well.
Well, you know, this is right up there with
I've
the
got a
best
fire
of
one.
flops.
I don't like to give free cards just in case. If you got it, you got it. No shame in folding.
Kaites, by the way, the updated pronunciation.
That's cool. You're trapping me with your set. It's really set over set.
Dire
This is
straits
shit.
for Kaites.
Draw's dead now.
No, you turned it. I flopped it, you turned it. This is 9 high like a boss. Oh, come on, man.
That's your turn.
But you said it was my flop when it came to 9 high and you re-raised me. And then you showed me the jack of diamonds like a boss.
No, but that flop is your turn.
Sorry?
This is the same card, the 9 of diamonds, right?
It helped you? It didn't help me.
It said it helped you.
No, it didn't help me. I wish I had a 9 in my hand. No, I had better when I raised.
It would be quite crafty from Kassouf to slide him a check, just having the entire board.
I mean, there's so many occasions on which your opposition draws dead in this spot.
So many, and it's a pretty thematic idea to show some passivity with top set, but it's understandable 50 big blinds deep north to just try to sort of put more in.
Throw fun around. You got it.
I confess, though, the bet check bet line is it doesn't really matter because Kassouf fires and then takes it down. Often reads as legitimate and value-oriented, does it not, from the in-position pre-flop raiser? Not to, you know, oversimplify.
I know what you mean, but there are bet check bet lines where it's a bluff on the end, and one should have those lines, but sometimes you feel like, what exactly am I repping, or what story am I selling?
Can you guess what I had?
Well, if
It is possible.
have cards.
As Ali said, this is the tournament in its entirety. Looks like Nate Silver's all in. The chips are not going his way.
No, he
Good
is
game, sir, I believe.
all out. You know, it takes a moment for it to sort of permeate and for the acceptance to wash over us after so many days of hard-fought battle.
I think he was just waiting for the floor man to officially, you know what I mean? But you're right. Great run.
GG's, Mr. Silver.
This guy has a lot of chips, by the way.
Let's send it over to Jeff Platt with another update. What do you got, Jeff?
All right, Sebastian Schultz, our new chip leader. The popular question among your table seems to be, what'd you have for dinner?
Chicken teriyaki.
Chicken teriyaki.
Very simple, just chicken, broccoli, and rice.
And you won some absolutely massive hands post-dinner break.
Yes, this was insane. So, first of all, I had 3 bad aces against early position, big blind cold calls, and early position completes. Comes the ace high board with a flush draw, I check back 3-way. Comes the 9, completes the flush. Big blind leads out small, early position calls, I call as well, and then river completes the flush with another 5. So enter full house. And then small blind bets small again, early position just calls. I put in a committing raise and small blind jumps over the top. He had pocket 9, so
the dream for you.
Worst full house, complete dream run out. And I think he got a bit too down or on himself, or I don't know, about the situation generally. And the next hand I flopped the flush against him. He turned to straight and he let out, I raised. And then he just quickly jammed all in. He was completely dead, and just another one.
Snap it off again.
Yeah.
Well, I'll send you back to the action now, the chip leader at the World Series of Poker main event. No pressure, though, okay?
No pressure.
No pressure. Best of luck rest of the way.
Thanks,
That's
Jeff.
Sebastian Schultz, a heck of a player. I'm sure he'd say the same about me. We've played together a few times, guys.
Jeff trying to slip that in there at the end, Nick. I'm not so sure.
Yeah, you know, to be honest, Jeff, I wouldn't say that.
When we all know.
Jeff is a good player, by the way. But I'll tell you what, that guy seems kind of dangerous to me. You know, he's sort of relaxed, like.
Yeah, but
The way in which he recounted both of those pots with that degree of detail suggests, you know, command of craft.
You cheat on where there's no TV.
Are we going to get a replay of the... There it is. Get in there for the real thing. Okay.
I'm saying that.
You know...
More likely than not,
if you're
incorrect. Let's make sure.
Why they got to do fan like that? You know,
you're on the feature there. You just got to know that the lenses are trained at all times.
We would say that it would be a deviation of everything.
You generally got to soak up one of those nature docs on the Serengeti to see a yawn that mighty. You know, the king of the jungle, fangs wielded, sort of thing. That was a.
But it was nice
I envy that yawn.
Until you start throwing out allegations in a table where there's like a limited amount of players. Basically.
Main event, make the right decision.
Yeah. Right decision. Oh, I thought you wanted.
Is his hand auto muck because of that?
No.
No.
If I showed you 2 rounds of this table and its banter in a vacuum and asked you to name the event, Nick, doubtful any sort of 10K, let alone the main, would be your first supposition.
These spots are interesting for man. Oh, he does just let it go. That I was not considering.
You'll be irritated when you see the hand that folded here.
What?
Such a nit.
Ace 3? Ace 3.
I had exactly ace 3.
How strong the grinder is. Did you see that?
Yeah.
You saw that he set up and he just said ace 3.
Yeah.
Strange, you know?
Freakish.
Like, I had 3-9 suited, bro.
King high. Better.
A little bit of X-ray vision from the grinder. Now through July 19th, it's your chance to save big on the best poker merch in the game. Hit up the PokerGO shop and use code WSOP25 at checkout for a deal on gear, apparel, and show merch. Online only at shop.pokergo.com. Don't wait, this sale ends soon. You know what was notably absent
Fucking looks like Toby Lewis,
from the merch displayed during that promo, Nick, was the collection that was offered up last year, which, for the record, we did not get a taste of. But the night shift collection, where is that?
You know,
with the catchphrases.
You can take that up with them.
There you go.
I think I will.
You have like, yeah.
I think it's a little late at this point if they
this is from us.
perhaps were asleep at the wheel, because it brought me great joy to walk through the halls of Horseshoe last year and find a man wearing an Indeed Ali shirt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, well.
It told me I had made it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
well,
you did.
let me be the one to tell you that you haven't. We have a limp for man. Check
play
from
poker.
fan.
Yes, let's go.
All right, heads up.
See you
All
all.
clubs. Ace, ace, jack. Fan connecting. In quite a comfortable manner, by the way, considering man's willingness off of a stack of this depth to simply limp in.
And that's the thing now on the flop. What is he saying exactly? That he hit the jack? Because surely any ace is all in outside of perhaps ace,
I'll play all
ace.
46, 47 levels if you want.
I think that's the issue with the ambition being shown here from man.
Red Bull? Red Bull. Yeah, the Red Bulls would. That's
Other
what I need.
things.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think I could do it at this
Might
point.
need it.
And for fan, no real reason to raise.
8 balls.
I have 5 big blinds you didn't raise before the flop. You don't have this.
Wonder what fan makes of that.
Raise.
Well, doesn't matter. Just 140 back, and this one's a wrap.
Putting it in with like queen high? No, you would have put in queen high before the flop.
This is posturing.
You know, you never know in the main, but one would think man will let go of the 10-8 of clubs. Don't do it, sir. Just take the button and maybe spin it back.
That was a good one.
That's exactly one of the Players' Championships too, the first one. Final table out.
All right, show me worse than this one.
Dual Homo.
I want to
is, of
see
course,
the
gone.
top one. Stop mixing it around.
Every day was
I want to see.
Comment on
Oh, okay,
this,
which
right?
I want to see that one.
Really loose call, but
Ooh.
not three. If I win that, I'd probably win too. And you win.
I beat that card.
I hope.
Chop, chop.
No.
I miss the sunglasses over the prescription for fan, if I'm honest. There are the chip denominations brought to you by True Classic. Lean rail right about now. Of course, as we get further and further down the path, sites like that will become less frequent. Coming up on 10 o'clock local time in the evening here in Las Vegas.
There's no pot, right? I just want to say to all of you here that you all of you guys are invited to No Filter Poker Tournament. You all play rake-free when you come.
Raise all in.
Airfare?
Sorry?
Airfare?
Airfare. For you, I can manage courage with the dogs and.
Where is this held?
It's going to be in Tallinn in the fall. It's a Nordic Baltic Championship.
I don't know if Spirit Airlines flies there, so I'm gonna have to figure it out.
Yeah, but
I'm kidding.
I can assure you they don't.
Trust me, I know you're kidding. But I didn't mean like in the fall. I mean whenever. You guys coming, except seat 4.
140.
And you all play. Adam, you actually have a sense of humor. That was playing in and
Good job,
listening.
Ray.
That's, you're going to go far in life. No, but
Well-
for real, you are.
While
I'm going to
Hendricks
go.
was
I'm going to
notably
go.
left off the invite
I
list
make
due
it
to
barbecue for you in Argentina.
perceived
This one. The,
earned
the,
fears
what
of
do you
his
call it?
talents.
Oh, hey.
Trying to help you out.
An
You guys
invitation
wanna switch?
was
You guys
accepted
wanna switch hands?
by fan
No,
as
you're good. You like yours?
he and man
C'est la vie,
once
man.
again
Whatever it's gonna happen, it's gonna
intertwined.
happen.
Advantage
You know what
fan.
I'm saying? Like, fuck, we're all lucky to be here.
That's right. Hey, good
Well,
luck.
you guys especially.
Which one are you, King Jack?
I'm King Jack, yeah.
Ace high against king high.
I fold a 6.
Jason Mann. of Squamish, British Columbia is up against top 2. And it could be over on the turn here for the man who lives in Vancouver. Former lawyer.
It's got to be a heart turn.
Hoping not to be a former participant here in the 2025 main event.
It's got to be a queen, a 10, or a heart.
All right, good luck,
Good
boys.
game, sir. What a run.
Luck.
He'll add to his 849,000 in career tournament earnings here with cash number 54 of his career.
Yeah, I will. Yeah,
Perhaps
I will.
head back home
All right, buddy.
to coach hockey.
You knocked out my friend.
Pleasure to play with you today.
Yeah, you too.
All right, buddy.
Good luck. Thank you.
Good job, buddy.
He will be missed.
Seemed like a fun guy.
Pleasure playing
Another
with you.
52
Guys,
G's
too.
getting paid
Rhino's still
out.
open.
Fun table.
Enjoy the rhino.
That's true.
Enjoy the rhino, Grinder says.
Let me know if you want to go into the VIP area.
Yeah, Taju's got the limo driver on speed dial.
Shit, you just made me bluff more. Imagine.
Eight-handed, we battle on. Ahmed, suited queen.
Raised 80.
Is that 1 million, that stack?
Yeah.
You know, at this point, the Grinder should just put a necklace through the box and wear it around his neck like Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
I mean, really. Maybe we put...
I see him kind of nibbling on that ice, too. Be careful on that ice, brother. You know, I know it probably comes from a machine in the back. You know, just protect yourself at all times out there.
Maybe that's where the Grinder comes from.
Yeah.
Gnawing through ice cubes as we gnaw away at the remaining field. Brought to you by GTO Wizard. A look at the current payout. 52,500. Not until we breach 225 players remaining will we bump it up by $7,500. The payout bands are broad. Help keep the action moving as pay ladders are fewer and further between.
Actually, I'm gonna have it.
Trying to chisel is of no consequence.
Caesar, I'm not gonna have you come over here and nothing, so yes, please. Thank you very much. Yeah, I appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Sverko, by the way, did toke there, so take him off the hit list.
Get a Coors Light and water.
Coors Light, the man says.
You heard the man.
You have a beer of choice when you imbibe, Nick?
No.
You're not a beer guy, are you?
Not really a beer guy.
Yeah.
So, like here, when I did like 2 32-hour benders in 4 days. We did last week. When I was on here just for fun, just to acclimatise rather than have the jet lag, so I wasn't taking serious poker. But I go to bed usually late, like 5, 6 in the morning. About 6 in the morning, wake up 2 p.m. usually, but I only get 4 hours sleep every day max. Been to the doctor about it. I wake up after 4 hours of sleep, no matter what time I go to bed. Whether it's 2 a.m., 6 a.m., I wake up after 4 hours. Obviously feel tired. I lay in bed for at least 8 hours. I wake up and then go back to sleep, so I'm naturally feeling tired every day.
Copping to multiple 32-hour benders in the interest of acclimatizing?
Well, let's, yeah, let's.
I go to bed at 5 in the morning, then I go back to my room, check up all my WhatsApp messages, Facebook, with Instagram, PokerGO, PokerGO, top of speed, tagging in everything. Good Facebook, Instagram, something, social media stuff. I'm not even tired till probably...
Garner's ace-queen is going to have company here. Unclear what Sverko is working in the big as he defends for the extra 40 demanded.
And if I got a tournament playing next day, like the main event,
water.
completely zonked out. I can't stay awake for like 18 hours straight to play a tournament next day. So what I did do...
3-3-8 rainbow.
...was not go to sleep in the middle of the day, but stay awake all the way till midnight the following day, and then I'm naturally more tired, and then I go to bed then at midnight. So I'm technically awake for almost 2 days, and then I go to sleep. Then I can knock out.
King rolls off on the turn.
That's one thing I can't do.
Flop
Yes, 100%.
did go check. Now Garner sprinkles.
well, the flight with Virgin Airways landed at 7:30 p.m. here local time. It's like
It doesn't appear that Sverko is departing the proceedings.
We would assume Garner is beat right now.
Yeah, no draws to speak of. Raggy looking board.
And this is interesting for Garner. A bet would put pressure on something like 5-5 and 8. Even a bad king is alarmed in the face of a hefty bet. There's times ace-queen has showdown, and there's times it doesn't. This does seem like a time where it doesn't have much. I like this bet a lot from Garner. It looks credible. Goes for 200 into 380, and again, this really puts pressure on something like 5s and 8.
Or you take advantage. It solves all your problems right there.
For whatever reason, we don't know what Sverko has. We can see his cards are on the reader.
Well, sort of a mystery hand, inadvertent in nature, and if I tasked you with the range, what would it be as the revelation comes before you have the opportunity? The same hand, ace-queen.
Which, by the way, with this hand in particular, as it's part of a sort of condensed range, not that the big blind defense, a chop, comes to mind, but there are times in poker where folding out the chop is quite real. In subtle ways, something like this, not an obvious chop.
Do you talk to yourself, or is it only a social?
When I'm home alone and play online?
Or not just playing poker, just being like walking?
Very nice from Garner.
Just chilling at home.
Who does fold out the chop.
Often the player who gets that last bet in is just the one generating good things happening.
Or are you always thinking?
Putting his chips to good use there and adding to them.
Do you have the same
I'm
thought?
thinking about 10 different things at the same time. And
Mr. Garner.
That's just me. Yeah.
I always thought about that.
I've got too much energy.
Says he got into poker after the moneymaker boom, as so many did. Gregg Merson now. Looking for some milk money, but with ace-jack. Folding face up, and this was a chop pot. You see the run out, ace-king tray 9-9.
Interesting. Obviously, this gentleman is strong here.
You know,
was that a bluff? What was the action?
It would
Was that
have been
a huge
chop.
bet? Or
I didn't clock the actual sizing in relation to
I couldn't quite see the board. It was paired a king and an ace.
Ace, king.
So obviously Merson really put him on a great hand.
Yeah, because playing aces and nines with a king there with no flush or straight available certainly is strong, as are these two jacks here for Taju.
Oh, just got ahead.
Yeah, 600.
Went from like super loud to a pin. You can hear a pin drop.
Mizrachi taking note of the silencer effect brought on by the hooks.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what to tell you. You probably should fold. If I do something crazy, you should fold.
You do whatever
By
you
the
want to do.
way, Ali, forgive me as we've
Might
been
kill Ryder.
watching all night.
If you take a few
But I didn't realize the
piss in
grinder
my
was just
face.
up to 5 million. Did we miss something, or it's just been just the kind of steady climb?
Oh shit.
Welcome, Ralph. It's just a normal main event.
It feels this one is over.
He's just sort of thrown us off the scent.
You know, it's just another day at the office for this guy.
Like a bacon-wrapped kilo.
100% you have kings.
Like a bacon-wrapped what?
No, I'm not doing it.
Kilo
Because
of
when I bluff,
cocaine?
I do it, but you can choose one.
They try to get the dogs to kind of not pick up. Anyway, maybe
really?
bacon's not the best in this
I
direction.
don't think that would be a good plan at all.
I think Tapatio. A little hot
I
sauce,
love
of which there's obviously a lot south of the border
Before we
available.
came here, I did it over there with the cameras. And
Maybe we can talk to our transport guy from earlier about the proper.
You know what a hassa is?
I'm going to do the same. I'm going to fuck with this camera here or not.
That's a pig. That don't
There's
fly
a reason
straight.
they took us here. And it's sure it's not because of this bullshit.
Welcome, sir, Mr. Salonia.
Good to have.
Sure to have himself a good time here, though we can't assure it will be.
With what?
Jack? Jack shit.
poker-related in nature, the social value of this placement.
Much love to everybody sweating right now, of course.
Yes.
East Coast, it's getting pretty late. Some international locations, it's very late or early.
Ace King of Jacks.
And if you're here with us on the West Coast, we really appreciate it. We're all in it together. Day 5 of the main.
I don't speak well.
Here we are.
And here we will stay, Nick, for the first time ever, straight through to a winner, and I confess I'm very excited about that.
We know you are, Ali. I am too, of course.
We are very serious. We don't believe it. First hand, he's like, what bet one?
Bet 362,400.
Yeah.
You can fold. Yes, I can. You can. I'm very happy that you told me my options. My option is also to take my pants off and stick my dick up your nose. But I'm not going to do it.
Well, thank you.
But it's my option.
Taju,
I think we're all, I don't think relieved is the right word, but that he said up your nose, because it really could have been, it was too much, certainly.
Looking at a 2-round penalty for
but
that
it
one.
could have been borderline, you're just out of the tournament, you know?
If he takes a penalty, I'll go with him.
Not out of the tournament, but that's got to be an orb. If he said the unthinkable, that's got to be an immediate orbit. I don't care how much fun they're having.
I mean, for Taju's sake, I certainly hope it's too much in terms of the nostril being able to house the equipment, you know.
It's actually a heads up, so I don't know if it matters.
Maybe there's a language barrier for halal.
For his sake, I certainly hope so. As territories that not even I have charted are being explored by Taju here.
I mean, that was unprecedented.
Please don't throw the cards on the dealer.
It's my option.
Stick it up your nose, yeah.
Only after the flop.
But okay, you guys got to
I mean,
for you, you can do it that way.
This man is a feral creature. Let's send it over to the far more civilized Jeff Platt to restore some order.
All right, let's check in with one of the hosts of the PokerGO podcast. He has been a staple of the poker industry for almost 2 decades to be this man. Donnie Peters, stand up for me, please. Tell me what being around the best players in the game on a daily basis, really how it helps your game.
Just try and be like them.
Yeah,
they win all the money. I'm trying to win all the money, okay?
They seem to not feel as much pressure nowadays in big spots. Do you feel pressure deep day 5 in the main?
It's very weird. I was telling some of my friends that I kind of feel dead inside. Like I don't feel anything. And I know that I don't feel anything. So it's a very weird feeling, but I think that that's also good because I'm not letting the moment get to me, right? There was a little bit of pressure kind of approaching the money bubble. I obviously wanted to get into the money, make my first cash, but now, I mean, it's kind of just like whatever happens, happens. I'm winning a crap ton of money already. Hopefully I win a bunch more.
Great way to look at it. With that said, is it strange to be on the other side of things where you're not walking through the tables, you're sitting here playing in the main?
Strange, yes, but this is what I've always wanted to do. You know, I've wanted to play poker, maybe not professionally, but I've also always wanted to make a deep run in the main event, the greatest tournament in the world, and here I am, so let's just make the most of it.
Let's make it happen. I'll send you back to the action. Appreciate the time, Donnie. We're all rooting for Donnie, but we're also all very professional and unbiased, of course, guys.
You know, there are certain times, Nick, I confess, where the impartiality generally beckoned of professionals in a broadcast environment gives way to an emotional and rooting interest. And you gotta admit that Donnie Peters, who's been a longtime contributor in various capacities to the game of poker as a journalist and a broadcaster, living a dream of sorts right now on the other side of the operation. Great to see it.
300.
We see Kassouf throwing 300. Potentially in the ocean, potentially not.
I'll showboat. I got a very big hand.
Of course, seeing Donnie out there is tremendous. Great guy, great in the booth, does a lot for poker and what have you. All those sentiments, I agree with. And Donnie's just really cool. Anybody that knows him, he's a really good guy.
Yeah, he's not out there looking for praise or recognition or acknowledgement.
Just
does his thing. Yeah, which is what Kassouf is doing here with nothing more than a dusty 8-4 of
Forgive
diamonds.
me, I thought Azure had ace-10 for some reason when we returned, when I said Kassouf is, you know, headed towards the ocean. Let's just let him work.
leave the car here.
I think for sure I'm not going home on a bus.
If you're just chasing a flush draw,
that's for sure.
You could get there on the river and you still lose. It's what you call the bingo bollocks card. You can hit the bingo card and do your bollocks. I know you probably got like ace, king, ace, queen with the ace of spades. You're miles behind, whatever you got.
And you like that 9.
Sorry?
I feel like you like that 9.
I'm not betting 300,000 with a 9. I've got much better. That's what I'm saying. I've got the best hand. I'm keeping it friendly because it's a break now. But if you fold, I'll show you one. If you fold and show me both cards, I will show you both cards, out of respect. But I have the best hand. I'm hoping you have an overpair. You have 2 outs if you have an overpair. Like jacks, queens, kings. Good luck to you. You need to get lucky. If I wasn't already winning on the flop, I'm winning on the turn. That's what I'm saying.
All right, Kassouf, talk your stuff, man.
And you're thinking this long, you're definitely mine. You can tell from my body language. I'm relaxed, got my feet up on the chair. 100%.
I'm relaxed.
100%, I want you in. 100%, I know for a fact, unless you pocket 9s, pocket 5s, I know for a fact I've got the best. I don't want to call clock because we're on the break, I need the restroom, but if you, same deal. You fold and don't show anything, I show 1 card. You show both, I will show both. But you're behind. Because I like you, I'm sure. You show both, I'll show both.
All right, Kassouf.
Up to you.
I mean, this is a fold. We have never seen this position.
You fold?
You show me both.
Ace, jack, you fold?
Wow.
Yeah,
you say.
And you want to see both?
Yeah, I want to see both.
You'll be sick. You won't be upset, right?
No, not at all.
But leave the dealer, leave the flop there because I was all over it. I had a massive. Look at that flop. Yeah, no, he wants to see it, right?
Yeah.
That's a flop, and that's a turn.
Yeah.
Big hand. Pick one out. Which one do you see first?
Yeah.
This one.
Okay.
You see the second one? What do you think I got? We're a break now, so guess. I keep you guessing. You'll never guess.
Ace jack of diamond?
Ace jack of diamond?
No, eight jack.
8 jack. No, jack. No. That's my high card.
Okay.
That's my high card.
7?
Not
Show me
even
the other
7.
one.
Keep going lower. 7. Come on, some mystic I've got 7, huh?
8-5?
No, that means I've got 2 pair.
All right.
Keep going. It's not rocket science, is it?
8 deuce?
Not that count. Don't take the piss. 8 deuce. Didn't call you with 8 deuce.
Oh my God, turn over the
Come
card.
on, there's only 2 more.
8-3.
For the love of God.
There's only 1 more.
8-4.
8-4. You're good at this game. There it is. 8-4 like a boss. There you go. 8 high like a boss.
Good back.
This guy, man. You know, part of what he does too, it's
Diamond,
so...
spades, what difference? Who's counting out checking anyway, right?
It's so annoying to pay him off when he has it. You know, you kind of, it garners a few extra folds, just being very kind of annoying, you know, like a boss, Sally. There it is.
Could be an awkward urinal mate on the break.
Yeah, I wouldn't want him to roll up, you know.
Well, we're going to take a breather here and continue with more of the night shift. As we send you to the break, a glimpse at the notables and their stacks. Schultz has breached the 8-figure chip count. That glimpse brought to you by PokerStars. Nick and I will be back momentarily. Don't go anywhere. One more level remains here on day 5.
Eliminated from the main. But what makes you think I'll go to the roof, take my shirt off, take a picture, put it on social media, and post about my main experience?
He's just catching some rays, you know. Become one
Good
with
to get
the
a little sun.
Yeah. By the way, I hope he's using lotion. Very pasty
dangerous
fella.
out there, yeah. Well, Ite has the goods here. And Arbaugh is going to be put into another tough position. Taylor opened pre, Arbaugh defended in the big blind, then check called 30K on the flop. Faces this 90K bet on the turn. Of course, can't blame him for check calling here.
And I really like this out of Ite. Betting the flop small, betting that she's flopped the nuts. How many times do you flop the nuts? You think, oh, I got to set the trap, check back. No. If you're up against a made hand, another reasonable holding, build a pot. You're going to put Arbaugh in a brutal river spot. Ite is good enough and capable of betting all 3 streets with just ace X. Has the ace of clubs a lot in her hand.
Sure. But plenty of bluffs.
There
at this
are
line.
bluffs.
How much does she look for? With the goods.
This is painful for Arbaugh. Oh my.
Oh, goes for it all.
Again, I really, really like it. What would she do if she had ace queen with the ace of clubs?
Would have to go big.
Oh, Arbaugh just cannot avoid these spots. I know it's just one pair, but think about the story that's being told here by Ite. Bet flop, turn, and then over-betting river. It's unbelievably polarizing.
This is a tough spot.
Again, for Arbaugh, it's just so brutal. Just makes it extra difficult. Cameras all over the place, the lights. Your family and friends are watching at home. I mean, it is so much running through your mind. Oh.
And maybe... Thought the call was coming.
I did. I thought he was trying to call, and then he just stopped. Wow.
The decisions that make or break a main event run.
Nice hand.
You're sure?
As Ite gets paid off.
She wasn't all in anyway.
She wasn't all in. No, I know. As he showed.
King Jack.
Unlucky.
Wow.
Esther Taylor gets max value.
Up to nearly 1.6 million. You got to feel for Arbaugh, too. Correctly folds the set of sevens and immediately put back into a brutal spot.
That's, yeah.
Third place finish at the 50K Poker Players Championship for Ite. And then it probably gets in Arbaugh's head like, oh, maybe I made the wrong fold there, and of course I made the wrong call here.
You're all over the place mentally. That's the beauty and cycle. I'm actually impressed. Again, flip it over here to table C, but for Kassouf to continue to thrive while not engaged in speech play, which I thought was a very large component of his game. Impressed.
Well, Kotler just sat down here, making his presence felt right off the bat.
He's 3-betting king deuce off his first hand. Can't be his first. Is this his first hand at the table? It can't be. He's at least, he hasn't been here for very many.
Yeah.
Jeremy Kotler out of California. Went to the Ohio State University. And this is in bold as we see Chen looking to continue with these 2 5s. He is training to be a, is this a thing? A psychotherapist?
Oh. Should help him at the poker table. Won the Windfall Classic Championship back in 2021.
comes Jack 5-3. Carson Chen in fantastic shape. Well, this has the potential to not go particularly well for Kotler.
He's got a straight draw, kind of.
Yeah, that's true, yes.
Yeah.
Start small, 75K.
I don't know if there's a better feeling in poker than flopping a set. This type of board. What is that next to his chips? I'm just
rather large.
I'm now noticing the stuffed animal. Yeah.
Comes in with the check raise. That should be that.
Maybe. I mean. Oh my God.
That is not that.
Oh, Kotler is. I know he's training to be a psychotherapist, but he might be an actual psycho. He is going nuts with King Deuce off. He does turn a wheel draw, has the King of Diamonds for some added creativity on various rivers.
Of course, might think that ace benefits him. Checks.
I mean, Chen might be I assume he's trying to set up another raise or allow these bluffs that could be present to continue. But there's a world in which you're fearful now of set over set. You know nothing potentially about this guy. He just sat down. You're playing a huge pot. This is a dangerous card for Kotler. He likely feels compelled to continue bluffing.
And bets 250,000. Now, how does Chen proceed? Just calls. River brings another jack. It's fives full for Chen.
And if you're Chen, this is also not a great card that you're looking for. Ace Jack starts to paint a picture. It might save Kotler from trying to bluff rivers, but he's come this far, right? Pre-flop on the flop. Thus far, there are no signs of slowing down. Dangerous in denim. Oh
he
my
jams.
Oh my goodness.
And he jams.
He's repping aces. He's repping ace-jack. This is insane. The main event. Just ripping it. With king high. This is unbelievable what we're witnessing. It might work.
Carson Chen replaying the hand in his mind. Open pre-flop, Kotler 3-bet. Chen made the call and check raised on the flop.
Everybody plays so careful, cautious, tight in the main, not Kotler. This might actually get through. I'm telling you, this. I haven't seen a hand like this in, I don't know the last time. This deep in the main?
One of the most ambitious attempts that we have seen.
I would, if I'm just looking at this guy up and down, if I'm Chen, I never think he's bluffing. I just don't.
It looks easy because we can see the cards, but it's a pretty sickening spot for Carson Chen.
You're very worried you're up against aces full or ace jack. That is the story being told. And as played, it makes sense. Meanwhile, it's king deuce off. There's no mistake, by the way, on the screen. This is exactly what Kotler has. He has nothing.
You go through the hands in your mind if you're Chen, the possibilities, and you just never even think to include the outlandish bluffs.
No.
Like the king deuce off.
So 2 huge stacks in the main. Huge. There's 3 million in the middle. And if Chen can somehow find the call, which I think he I don't know what he's going to do, but if he does, he might be the outright chip leader.
Can he find the call? He can.
Wow.
And with that, Carson Chen becomes one of our chip leaders at the World Series of Poker main event. You see him apologize, but we understand.
No need to apologize. That was absolutely nuts. I mean, Haxton's right there witnessing this whole thing. Chidwick. Welcome to the table, Kotler, and out of nowhere, chips have disappeared.
Started the hand with more than 2.6 million.
That was 100 bigs and change.
Oh.
Oh.
You mentioned that you know.
Huh? King or something.
He's the founder.
On that river.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Along with Michel Karim. Here's a little stat, by the way, on Mr. No Filter himself. He's in the Southern New Hampshire University Hall of Fame for soccer.
Okay.
I'm just guessing.
That feels like a small hall, by the way. Just, which I don't know if that makes it more exclusive and impressive, or, you know.
I hear you, Ali.
Is there like a panel out there
Yeah.
in Concord, just assembling annually to
Okay, Ali, yeah, absolutely. It's a great point you make.
And a
Ace
great-
king for Mehmet.
I like that. We'll go with it.
And 10s for Huel.
Now remember, everybody had a front row seat to a lot of his affect throughout that exchange with the grinder earlier when he flopped the set of sixes. So one wonders how much of that data is going to be called upon.
So what? I start talking.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Call.
And by the way, as much as I was, as we can see, goes for the flat, grinders in there on the button. As much as I was kind of impressed by Huel's table talk, Grinder alluded to the speech as being a reason why he shut down.
Yeah.
So it did feel like he might have felt something from him. 3 ways to the flop.
Yeah, Mizrachi feeling like the math is mathing with the 8-5 suited, hops aboard, fans on the queen-queen-6 board. Couple of spades. And now for Alan Mohammed, bookended here. Actually, Mizrachi on the button, forgive me. Thought perhaps this was a defense just based on hand composition, and yet there's the little D. Generally, these paired boards are inviting, but flat calls behind us in 2 spots, a lot of Queen X feels like it's available, does it not?
I agree with all that.
Well, nevertheless,
40,000.
Mohammed takes a whack at it, albeit a ginger one, 40 into 255.
This guy kind of has the slow motion sort of movements going.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if he's 2-toed or 3-toed, but certainly sloth DNA.
It's way better over there.
Grinder steps aside, would have turned an 8. Not that there was any reason for him to continue.
So why not? Fuck it, I'd say it in TV. So the started at this, like in June, first tournament. Basically, we have player hostess. You've been to Darling, right? Where? Darling, the strip club. Yeah, so the player hostess.
Here's Taju once again telling the Grinder some story about a strip club. These are always trippy suit-wise. We have the 2 spades and the 2 diamonds. Mohammed with neither. He is reaching again, and for Huel, if Mohammed does deposit some chips, it starts to get a little bit uncomfortable. Mind you, Mohammed raised in very early position, bet into 2 players, including the Grinder on the button.
Because when you win a tournament, nice.
Welcome back, Nocturnes. One final frame of the night shift remains here in day 5 of the World Series of Poker main event from Horseshoe. Ali Najad alongside Nick Schulman. Jeff Platt, Natalie Bodie working the sidelines as the whole field has condensed into one space and continues to condense as the levels go up every couple of hours. Just 244 dreamers remain in the room, trying to sink their teeth into 10 milli. Chip leader Sebastian Schultz, 9.2 million, off his high water mark, but still healthy. Quarter 50-50 means 125 in orbit is the price of poker. Average stack has actually gone up to 59 big blinds.
And that next level is a very special. The big blind is a starting stack. That's always. Okay, Argiero and Azoulay.
Right away at table B, we have an all-in and call situation. Advantage ace-4, and that advantage grows significantly.
Do we want some drama?
By the way, it looks like Argiero shoved 11 bigs, and Azoulay gave him a spin from the big blind. Is that right? Or was it an open and then a rip from Azoulay?
Azoulay did call off the 555 with the king 9.
Thank you.
So he's showing he's not here to be pushed around last level of the night. You know, King 9, it's a little bit.
You know, Nick, that's the man who had the 8-4 of diamonds placed.
You're next, bro.
Where it don't shine by Kassouf just before the break. And
Placed where Taju wants to.
But you know what I mean? Maybe there was a feeling of
maybe
I've had enough.
Keep an eye on things.
We've all gone through too much.
I like it. I like the energy.
We've all gone through too much. So, you know. I mean, if he goes for 20 minutes, I got no real problem. Really. I mean,
I would have paid like.
I don't know if you guys saw, but I've already popped one acetaminophen for this headache I got, dude.
No Kassouf not back from the break.
Like a boss.
As long as he's not slowing down the game.
Oh no, totally.
Carmino Aguirre, by the way, a restaurant owner by trade. If I tasked you with speculating as to what sort of cuisine Carmino is the purveyor of,
who, by the way?
Our man in the Detroit jersey who just doubled.
I gotta go Italian there.
I think you're spot on there. Although I do think you can get a cheesesteak also. I feel as though
it's
pizza
Detroit,
steaks.
though. It's probably Detroit-style pizza.
Okay.
You know. I don't know, though.
I just honestly asked.
A mozzarella stick.
Do you just know? You don't know?
No clue. But, you know, I'll take Italian over the field. As Swift will take the ace-queen suited and go to work. Garner's queen-jack underperforming in the big, but serviceable.
No, man. I know a lot of people.
I think he's got a mean calzone on the menu as well, if I'm being honest. Perhaps a stromboli.
Yes, we got it. What are you going to name every item available in a pizza place?
Focaccia. Although I don't feel like wings are in play. Maybe wings are in play.
I see the wheels turn, but you couldn't find another one, right? You were
I
trying
could,
so
but
hard.
I was like,
garlic knots. I saw it. You were trying so hard to just keep doing this, but.
Well, the queen-jack.
Draw to the nuts for Garner. Queen of diamonds working as well.
Trying hard to find that king. It's going to cost him, though, as Swift's top pair follows through for a buck and a nickel.
I would think we find pockets of aggression for that. Garner's just gone.
He's not here. Do you want to see one?
Up to you, sir.
What about cheesy bread?
I'm a gentleman.
Nice hand.
Hey. Wow, that's a weird.
One thing about that spot, if you're Garner, you don't even hate Swift having the ace. Sometimes when he has ace-king, that king comes in. This is as glorious as it gets. But he does just bow out.
Is Detroit where they cut the pizza into squares?
Yeah, I think so. Detroit style. I feel like it's squares.
As a New Yorker, do you feel this is blasphemous?
No, I don't feel that that's blasphemous. That's Detroit style.
Yeah.
You know?
And New Yorkers could be quite passionate about the idea
yeah, I mean,
that they
one
have
might
the
think
proper
this
pizza.
is sure, but you know, Chicago has. That's not my personal favorite
Yeah,
style,
the
but it's
deep
not
dish.
blasphemous. That's their thing,
right?
You know.
Well, Swift working his way down to a suited one-gapper here. Doubtful to partake, although
at the table next to him.
One never
on day
knows.
one
He's out.
or day two. I was
Kassouf's still
table
MIA.
next to him
Nick.
for
The Sverko
day three.
is
3
present,
different times.
and so is Ace King.
I was sitting next to him, and he could annoy you from the table next one away. So he did an interview for like a half an hour. I don't know why that table didn't just speed fold to get his blinds, you know? Just, hey, we're gonna all just fold and collect these blinds, you know what I mean? But that wouldn't be,
Argiero's reminding, you know what I mean? Listen, if we don't even look, he's blinding off this jerk off. You know what I mean?
Not been sleeping much. Yeah, no. It's like no problem having a little time, giving yourself a little bit more of a break.
What is it? I actually want him back. I want him back. We gotta go another round here. Miss him? Yes, I do.
At least we weren't talking about diarrhea.
Doesn't seem as hot now either.
You know, by the way, it is a player of a special sort of, or not special, but a certain kind of ilk to miss hands this deep in the main. Prime Scotty Nguyen comes to mind, and I'm not putting Kassouf on this Mount Rushmore of legends. I've seen the grinder not at the table. I've seen TVK, who you, I think, know.
Taylor von Kriegenberg.
He sometimes just takes 30 minutes off, deep in something.
Well, the thing is, when those
it's
guys...
a very special, but it just, not to cut you off, but it's that energy of not being married to every last, you know, it's all about the, it's like performance art almost, and it all, you know what I'm saying?
I do.
It makes you kind of dangerous
but
in a way.
The aforementioned absentees, one doesn't wonder whether or not they came across the wrong individual during the break.
Right, Kassouf may be unconscious.
Cement boots are in play.
That is true, but...
In fact, if Azoulay wasn't back from the break either, just given that last
show
spot.
me the 8-foot. You want to show me now?
Ace Jack 9, Kaitez.
Now you can't show nothing, my friend.
Sverko showing initiative here, the suited connector, following through for 75K.
Bring Kenny late from breaks
Sensei,
a lot.
yes.
Sensei late from breaks in huge spots. Famously has simply passed out deep in some huge online tournaments. He's just gone. Chip lead to just out.
I've seen him at the feature fade from consciousness.
Said I passed out, my G. I came in 12th. 13th, just chip leader, like 16. Like huge online birds, you know? There's a freedom to that. Because we see Sverko drawing dead as the cards stand, but might he have plans?
He opened to 100. Brought forward 75 on the flop and now measuring.
You know, I really like this, and note, it's subtle, but he does block the ace twice against the small blind in particular, who certainly is defending the small with ace-7 and ace-6 of spades. When we have these cards, it kind of weights him a little bit more towards the jack or even the 9, and some of the draws between the 9 and the ace that can't really take heat like this. I really like this bet from Sverko.
You see the pressure it applies. As we've clocked Kassouf. Looks unscathed, so.
Oh, by the way, beautiful continue from the Jack Queen. A little bit surprised to see.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of torque.
Take that much heat. That's well done.
A cooling pad on the river here in terms of this 5 of diamonds,
And
which doesn't.
Something that always crosses my mind if you're in Sverko's seat. The prospects of Kaitez having 9-10, 9-8, or even perhaps Queen 9 or King 9 of hearts are very real. And it would be a shame to check back and lose to one of those hands.
Yeah, we sort of don't expect the jack to have stuck around on the turn. You're right, I think, about maybe those combo 9s.
I get it. He called a very big bet, so we fear great hands. Perhaps another shell would have done it, but we can never know.
I mean, we can clear some ace-X with the right size, but these are ambitions that can go wrong.
And by the way, as crazy as it sounds, perhaps the return of Kassouf, just, you know, for Sverko in position there, it's the full disaster to bluff it off and have Kassouf just return. Although he's not at the table, so
Man, it's
not clear.
2025, man.
So much content.
Cloud storage is abundant.
Truly a showman.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
His Kassouf loves the limelight.
And I'm trying to present the show and play at the same time. It's tricky, you know? I know you want to deal. Do you want to present while you're dealing? It's tricky to play and present the show. And there we go. You guys carry on. Enjoy. In quiet. So we're still here. Yep, still 239 players left. Thank you. 500, but yeah, it's all about the final table. I finished 17th before. It was tough this year. Then we played day 7. They played down to the final table. Now you've got to play day 8 down to the final table. So that's the plan. I've got to make day 9, and day 9 high like a boss will be the final table. So that's the aim. I got asked a question from WSOP, like how much would it take if they offered you an amount of money? How much would it take to surrender your stack? I don't know why. I instinctively just said $6 million. And he looked at me shocked, and I was surprised. I said to myself, he goes, $6 million? I said, well, yeah, that's second place money I'm playing to win. So that's it. It's ambitious, it's audacious, but yeah, I'm in it to win it. So yeah, let's see what happens. Long way to go.
By the way, is he talking to anybody? Is he
about to be dealt another hand or not?
The camera.
They're still tanking. They're still tanking.
Certainly.
They say nothing. They tank. They stare each other down like robots. You know, like the last 4 years. We've got to mix it up. We've got to mix it up. Last 4 years. You know, it's like a snooze fest, you know, like the previous administration, not like them in US politics or anything. They stare each other down like robots, hoodies, headphones, sunglasses on, saying nothing, staring each other down, looking moody and miserable. Come on, this is live poker. We're 2025 now. This is the main event. We're playing for $10 million. At least you're going to have fun and enjoy yourself doing it, right? You don't have to be as extreme as me. I mean, I'm sick. There's something wrong with me. I'm sick. I went to the doctors today. I didn't know the doctor's surgery closed on Thursdays in Vegas. So I have to go tomorrow. It's unfortunate. But here I have to play sick. The whole of yesterday, on my life, I had no sleep the night before. I stayed awake all night and all day. Been having like stomach problems, and I had no sleep at all. And I still powered through it. I was on the feature table with Gregg yesterday. That was tough in itself. He's the world champion before, and he was on my direct left. But I battled hard against him. I had to take him to Value Town, triple barreled, flop, turn, and river just with a pair of 7s, and he called me on the river with ace high. So that's the kind of image I've got. You know, playing every time there's no 9 on the board, they think I've got 9 high like a boss. So I get paid off when I've got the best hand, and they're folding when I'm bluffing. So I did a nice bluff here. If you want to recap on the PokerGO, I did a nice bluff here with the 8-4 of diamonds, raised pre, got a call. Perfect flop for my hand. It come like 9, 10, 9, 5, all spades, and I got 8-4 of diamonds. Obviously, I got to c-bet the flop. I get looked up. I thought, oh, my hand's dead. I'm done. Then it comes to 10 on the turn, 10 of clubs on the turn. I'm thinking,
Nick, the energy drink monster isn't sold by the gallon, is it?
So we barrel out. We bet 300,000.
This is nice from
Azulay.
You know, Ali, I'm not sure what's going on here.
It's a good turn card for me.
Perhaps the entirety of the break was spent chain guzzling Red Bull.
So he ends up having like ace-jack with the jack of spades.
At the very least.
Yeah, it's my big blind. Keep the camera steps, don't fall over. Don't fall over, we're good. Win the big blind. We'll carry on presenting the show while we're playing the big blind. And the blind's 50. There's a 50. That's the ante. You want the big blind as well?
He would make an incredible crap stealer at sort of an off-strip property.
When you get to the bottom,
with low limits.
You know who you don't want to run into if you're a stick man? A motivated Phil Ivey. He's going to create some problems.
Oh, I've been in proximity, not with per se, of Phil.
What'd you say? I had the hard 4? Yeah, okay. I didn't have the hard 4. That was a come bet, my man. Okay.
100.
Yeah, you're not going to want to really argue with a man that's distributing flags and cranberries about the gaming surface.
Ace-9 off for Argiero in the face of the Azulay Min and the low jack. Probably just gone. But he did see Azulay call his 11 big blind shove earlier with King-9, so he might feel
middle position open. Ace-9.
And note whose big blind Azulay is raising into. Perhaps he wants to tussle once more.
I mean the king-queen on its own merit.
Absolutely.
But I hear you. See what Swift thinks of the ace-8 suited. Elects to partake.
Boy, rude not to, right? I think that's collusion if I don't call. Aim for 50 and for 100, huh?
Especially after the last time we played.
Blind. I haven't even looked blind. Whatever. Yeah, cool. Priced him. You priced me. It's unlucky, guys. It's unlucky. You let me get there. What can you do? You got it, you got it. Oh, three-way cooler.
Wow, Argiero would have outkicked Swift here on this ace-ace-5 board.
Huge action flop.
Two quick checks in front of the opener.
Yeah.
We ran out of ace spades here. Spilled oil.
Very big bet from Azoulay. Generally on a board this locked down, we see kind of an extremely small bet. But he goes for 225 straight away into 350. And for Swift, obviously, we're concerned but happy.
$225 on a relatively dry board. When Swift sticks around, the alarm bells do ring. Could be some, you know, middling pocket pairs associated with this.
It's possible,
stickiness.
but again, Azoulay went so meaty on the flop, it sort of removed some of those, perhaps.
Maybe they had a meeting with them. Like, hey,
Only Swift knows.
players getting the seats.
7 on the turn. Azoulay draws dead.
Make the spade bigger than the card.
That which we don't know is
450? Is that
all that
450?
is. Yeah, that is 450, by the way.
Azoulay really telling the story that he has something like ace-queen. For Swift, again, we still have a draw to the stone nuts if we're somehow beat. No going anywhere, but does Azoulay have 3 street plans? Certainly we would imagine he'll bluff a heart on the river. Not that the blocker's particularly relevant in this line, but still. And if it's just a stone brick, we're all curious to see if Azoulay is planning on going 3 here. I'm a little bit surprised after Swift called 4.5 big blinds on the flop that Azoulay is once again firing. One would think Swift generally just has an ace here, Ali.
Is it not rather important if Azoulay wants to blast his way out for him to continue throwing sticks of dynamite out there on this turn?
Yeah, as we touched upon before, bet, then check the turn, and then bombs on the river would be a bit fishy often. So you're right. A road to getting a hand like this out by the river is to bet now and then once more. 1.7 in the middle.
Now, in case the 8 was no good, a 5 or a 7 for the chop, the 8 for the clean winner. Instead, it's a 3 of spades. And it's going to be decision time here for Swift. Sub 1 SPR.
Well, maybe. It might just go check, check. Sure. But you're right. If Azoulay puts him in on the river or goes with something like 1.2, it becomes just a bluff catcher. The ace-8, Swift eyeing his chips. Oh, and he removes the decision from Azoulay, and frankly, I don't love that from Swift.
Leading for 1 million, which is a block bet, but so large.
And he shows the 8, by the way.
You know, we put that million out there.
It's one of those spots where if Azoulay has value, we're beat.
Right.
And if he's bluffing, he's dead. So perhaps check was for choice.
When the jam comes in, we're so ill. Well, do you want to make optimal decisions in high-pressure spots? GTO Wizard has you covered. Their AI helps you study any situation and any bet size, making it the ultimate tool to prepare yourself for those critical moments at the table, just like World Series of Poker main event winner Espen Jorstad. Check it out now at gtowizard.com/PokerGo to get started for free and save 10% off your first purchase. Back now at the feature table, 1 in progress. Mizrachi with nothing more than ace high ties you with a couple of 7s.
I'm sorry.
We're all 24. You think it's his first fucking rodeo?
Did he just click?
He did go for the min raise, and I'll tell you this.
Take one of my hands.
You got to be really careful doing this stuff against the grinder where you're kind of making the little informational sort of min raise. I'm not saying grinder's like a video game character. We all just want to kind of control him to hit it back. but he's really dangerous in these spots, especially when he can have a deuce. He can have queen deuce suited.
Yeah.
And Taju really cannot. And he does do it, Ali.
And this is the product of that cutesy click as Mizrachi.
And by the way, is
the tables.
But is Taju's plan not to go quietly? Well, oh my God, this is this is.
The zippers are being dropped.
This is more than the zipper. I mean,
the pantalon.
I must say.
Which is it?
You have to give credit where credit is due, but this is really something else.
2.37, 25.
Boy.
Sevens.
Let's just stay on this table for a little while.
On the launch pad here for 2.3. The grinder sensing, by the way, something.
Yeah, he is, but where do you go in the face of this? I mean, if anybody's capable, it's Mike, but this one's just over, you know? And if a man is willing to 4-bet to 40-something bigs with 2 sevens on this board, it's one of those things like...
If he just reached for that box and placed it in
I'll
front
tell you
of him.
this, if the grinder continues here somehow, and it's just not going
You have to
happen.
jam. You can't flat with
I don't know,
back.
but he, you know, I'm pretty gullible. He's probably Hollywooding and just saving face, but, you know, it feels like he knows, Ali. But yeah, Taju's 3 sheets to the wind. He might just call it off with a 6 or whatever it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's a determination on his face here that speaks to this not being
Ace of hearts is good.
Take this.
posture.
I'll tell you what, man.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
If you have 7 bracelets, I could have 10.
That was an aggressive effort to copulate with a piece of furniture.
Heavens me.
By the way, you can bruise the jewels with that sort of enthusiasm. That's
if you follow Jack.
Yeah, and if they get bruised, you kind of have to walk it off, you know?
Yeah, sure. He may not even feel it at this point.
Listen, that was 175, 350, 575, 2.32. Then he humped the chair.
And I had a 6.
Through the sevens and the grinders.
So I
I mean, that was
just thinking, what the hell is going on?
Ace 5 off.
Okay, this was.
Yeah.
You know, let's get the full replay, PokerGO. Let's take a look at that. Let's look at the form.
Oh, we cut it short there.
Yeah.
Wait, what happened with your hat, man? Now you're.
Or maybe we cut it right where we needed to.
With your hat.
As Hendricks cuts out 100K, courtesy of Ace Chat.
With their hat.
I mean, that was one of the most wild payouts in
sarcasm.
recent
You
memory.
didn't know English when you came.
Not since Imran Bojani was riding the pony.
Oh, this year?
Shout out Bojani, man. Love that guy.
Day 6, I believe. A number of years ago.
No, I mean, he flipped the chair around and forcefully thrust it. After showing the grinder. What was just the best hand. By the way, call. He could have called and then called again, you know, but it's okay. I'm just going to take a little break now and observe for a moment.
Value protection. Yeah, because Ace King is protection, not for value. You know?
Value protect. You know you're the best hand, right?
I don't give a fuck. I knew you're going to fold. Because you're a bitch.
Oh, my.
No, if I went all in, what do you do?
This is the point.
Fold.
No, wait.
Try and fold.
If can change a lot. Like grandma with a dick becomes grandfather.
For some reason, I knew that was the analogy.
That's not inaccurate.
If I went to school for 10 years,
I knew it.
Would I have a good job? Yeah, motherfucker, you need to go criminal. So if you can say, if changes everything.
It changes everything.
Yeah. If I didn't have cojones, I would not do the move. So I didn't give a fuck what you had, because I know that you're a strong player. That's the reason I do it. Do you think I do it to the robots? No, I don't.
I call it Jack.
This is the
No,
kind
you're
of
not calling
attaché
it
to
that.
your
Yeah,
click.
Oh, hold on a moment.
That's where my kids are.
Not to,
But you don't even have kids.
My kid's life. If I had a Jack, you're done.
Well, I'm done then.
No,
Fuck
I'm
it.
re-raising you forward. That's it.
But
If
wait,
you don't keep tabs,
Wait.
Bucket's
If
better
you
than
have,
outside
but
walling.
maybe I thought you don't have a jack, but you might have a.
Listen, let me tell you something, Ali. Your
I
grandma.
don't think you're that strong. You're not check raising a jack, so you don't have a jack. But tell me one thing.
if you don't
My
keep
powers
tabs on Taju,
was absolutely zero increased.
you're
And that's
likely to get
because
a call.
Alcohol is a very
you know,
underestimated drink. Cheers.
Where's Monir? You know, this is a collect call from Clark County.
Oh my God.
You know,
Drugs like it's candy here.
It's amazingly stupid how alcohol is believed to not be a drug.
Right, well, it is actually
I will
not
do that sober.
believed to be that.
What do you say?
It doesn't matter.
Or would I? Green Bay, would I do that sober? Yes, because he knows me. You see it on the stream. Let me say that I did not have a nuts.
All in?
Oh, yeah, some nuts.
I like this from Salonia.
Ralph Salonia, to be specific, with just $3,600 in career tournament earnings. From Elmont, New York, originally, now lives in Oceanside, 54 years of age.
The first bet was protection and
An
value.
HVAC
When he
tech,
raised me,
living the dream,
I'm
and
not
he's
gonna
hoping to
let him
keep
when I
that
think
dream
that's
alive
the reason.
here. The
I'm not
pocket
gonna-
sevens playing back and taking it down.
Yeah.
If I die, I die.
It's
But, Michael,
rose quartz.
I'm gonna say one.
And you know, as much fun as we have here
That's
in the booth, Nick,
I'm
Salonia
not talking
did
about
share
poker,
with
but
us
that's
that that
obvious,
shirt
because I
he's
know that
wearing
already,
that says
but
Stamp
dinner
Out
and,
Cancer
we had dinner.
was designed by his late daughter Ava while she was in the hospital battling leukemia, tragically no longer with us, but he wears a different shirt every day of the main that reminds him of her and says it makes him feel like he has an angel on his shoulder. And it's easy to forget with the broad cross-section of society we have out here in the moments in time that everybody is going through in their respective journeys in life and in poker, that there's some very touching tales which come to the surface as we begin to build the storyline. So shout out to Ralph and our thoughts with him, obviously.
Definitely, Ali. Well said.
I think I'm gonna fold ace queen now.
For real?
No, I'm not.
Hard six.
Yeah, let's just go wild with a random pair and then
For green
fold.
with 7.5 bigs.
Is it go time?
It might be, Ali.
No.
He's gone. It's understandable Mizrachi in a very early position, but perhaps it was go time.
I feel as though Mizrachi in particular, with that higher than average VPIP and reputation, maybe becomes our
Especially
target.
after Taju, you know, the sevens, the humping of the chair, the whole thing. But Mike's been here before, you know. He's had bluffs shown. He's been in these sorts of streets. And Salonia, who just ripped on him with sevens, what does he want to do with the ace-jack?
All in?
Been a rough little stretch for the grinder, Ali. Still has plenty, but...
You know, and Salonia doesn't read like the kind of guy who's just
955.
Oh shit.
getting out of line against us here. But yeah, the grinder's going to be feeling like respect has been compromised. The bulk of the table image erosion, the product of Taju and perhaps a blood alcohol level somewhere in the 2s.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Taju's not driving tonight, but, you know.
Taju might not be walking by the end of tonight.
Yeah, by the way, you know, if you're hammered drunk like that, just don't drive. Get a car. Have your boy drive you. You know what I mean? Just don't do it. Don't think that you're the one who can kind of, you know.
Yeah.
Because you see people get behind the wheel, just stone hammer.
It's incredible. I mean, you ever been at valet when someone's like arguing over? It's just like, lady,
Take it off.
what are you doing? You can't even see straight.
All right, outer table. What is this? Table C, Ali?
Yeah. Quick tournament summary brought to you by Oats Overnight. 233 remaining. Schultze still up top and now breaching 12.5 million. Average stack dwindling to 50 bigs.
Bullets for Shin.
This segment brought to you by Oats Overnight. Winning is easier with 20 grams of protein. Please shake responsibly as the Jack 8 is in peril on a King 9-8 board. Not the sort of landscape that suggests Shutley's losses are infinite in nature. Capped, of course, at 1.1, which is what Shin has remaining here. Red aces for Shin. $110K, the follow through. This is Byungeun Shin, to be exact. Hailing from South Korea, University of Virginia, Commerce and Computer Science major, poker player by trade. 10 dampens things here, and by that I don't mean dispiriting, but rather increasing the humidity. Open-ender for Shutley.
Rather scary turn for Shin. Obviously, we fear all sorts of stuff that beats the ace. Also, having the ace of diamonds perhaps makes these aces even worse, as now, obviously, Shutley cannot have ace deuce, ace three, ace four of diamonds and such, as that card is accounted for. But we're ahead of what we're looking at. We're ahead of something like 10-7, 10-jack, 10-queen, just a king, just a 9. There's still plenty of hands that the aces beat, and he is still betting for value.
You know, you can feel the arguments to be made in either direction. Late main, preservation of precious chips is one idea, but charging draws and also preventing the opponent from leading out at us in some complicated rivers is perhaps minimized by this 350.
It's interesting. 20 bigs for Shin on the turn. Can you check aces is one question. In theory, it's an interesting, can you find checks from aces? I really like the bet. Shutley compelled to continue. 1.2 out there. Shin just north of a 2-to-1 favorite. Can he hold?
6 on the river, 4-liner. Would require a 7 to be present in the big blind of Shutley, which is certainly one of the combos that could be lurking.
And this is a touch interesting from Shutley. He can certainly show up with a 7 more than Shin, as he can have some offsuit combinations that have a 7, so on and so forth. The jack we have mixed feelings about if we're Shutley as far as bluffing. It can block some of Shin's bluffs, but it also blocks the stone nuts. I would think leading here, perhaps to the tune of just all in, is perhaps an idea for Shutley to really put pressure on King Queen. He does check, likely Shin can tend to do the same.
Yeah, Shutley shuts down as the action is back on the 2-time WSOP circuit ring winner, who has 660K plus and tournament earnings. Unclear what direction Shin takes us.
Probably a check.
Yes.
Okay.
2 kings now as Rick Green has the best of it against Queen 10. Queen on the flop, however. Hendricks, the customer, threatening. Copacetic turn. Oh, is Adam pointing the gun at the kings, or was that just an effort to solicit a count? Running sevens as the meal stays kosher. By the way, a Richard on the wrist there suggests that the 10K buy-in is of no consequence to that gentleman. Yeah. That's a lot of watch. Leo Margetts, one of, at last check, 4 remaining women here in the main event, has pocket jacks up against ace king. 2 overs in a near flip spot. No sider was the deuce. Turn is clean, and the river is as well.
Huge for Margetts.
Step up to the Xerox machine and replicate.
It looks like that's about 1.5 in front of her, so she's quite healthy.
Beaming is Leo. Well, here are the biggest WSOP main event payouts. We mentioned Kristen Foxen's epic 13th place runs for 600K, despite the fact that that is not the deepest finish. Kyle Bellman, 10th of the largest ever payouts, failed to clear 600K by a little bit. Elizabeth Hille, 11th for 590 as well. Tiffany Williamson in 05 with a much more modest payout in the teens. Halag, pocket 4s, the hard 8, running into the 10s. Hendricks, fresh off of being victimized by the kings.
Can he find it again, Halag?
All times. Paire de 4 contre paire
Not
de 10.
his first time being all in with the under
Hey,
pair.
ask him for one off his arm.
Straight 4 hearts, we got you. Oh, you got the right suits.
Got the suits.
Un 4 de carreau. Un 4 de carreau, mon frère.
I got my suits, my favorite hand in the world.
It's not your hand.
That's my hand. Space 4 hearts.
Can you push the hand over there a little more?
Who's all in? My hand. Look at this.
Alors, je les ai perdus.
4 spades, 4 hearts, all in. It's a
No, wait,
our French buddy over here.
Mon ami, c'est vous, hein? Tu as 4 c'est vous? Oh, c'est le 4.
English, who's the English with it? It's all in.
And you have 10s. Michael, you have 10s?
Il avait un 4.
No, I'm not in. It's okay.
Now you can really go. Okay.
I don't know if Taju speaks French sober,
Because you had the...
but
I'm not in.
certainly a number of beers in, and Ale,
Oh, wow.
top set, and the 4s
Je peux plus gagner.
are barbecued.
Yeah.
Hearts are covered.
Wow.
Perfect would be the only escape, and it's not going to happen.
What a run for Halag. Good game, sir.
He was resilient and was a welcome addition to this feature table, which has carried us throughout the entirety of day 5, but it's time for the 48-year-old Frenchman to say au revoir.
Only for me.
Will add to his $475,000 in career tournament earnings as he shrugs his shoulders and says his goodbyes.
Good luck, everybody.
20 years of poker, and my guess is this is going to be the most memorable
Next time.
poker he's ever played.
Au revoir, my friend.
Yeah.
What? Play it more. Good. Live.
Play more? Yeah, it's just
Right?
You know, I don't often look to, or maybe I do.
Go ahead, Ali.
impose,
Cut right to the chase.
But I would like to issue an edict requiring Shin Fan to keep the second pair of glasses on for the duration of the evening. Just for my own purposes.
I would also like that. I miss the duel. But you know, he was downswinging a bit with the shades over the glasses. So.
You think he's that guy? He's like,
Can I speak English?
glasses no good, and ditched them?
I'm not fluent.
The Carmen Sandiego's?
You speak it. The fact that that's even like how you would phrase it, yes, it's very well raised.
Okay, so in that case...
Your sarcasm is on point.
Is it? So I speak... Wait, I have to count silently.
You raised?
Oh.
Okay, say 5 or 6. Maybe.
Hendricks, fresh off of the pelt claiming 10s. Now, mounts up. Once more. Pulls back on the yoke and puts some loft between himself and the Earth's surface. Altitude going up to 275. Ace-Jack promptly departs. Rosborough making no meal of it.
That's quite impressive.
It's actually not, because my parents from Morocco, and in Morocco there's 2 languages. So one of them I do understand, even though I didn't live at home. In a like, I live at home, but I was I didn't live with my parents when I was 13. But and then the other language is called Amazigh. Of course. Amazigh. So that I understand. I can't speak. Like I know water, bread, and all that. Those, but I can't say how you.
Sure.
I can't.
You know some vocabulary,
No,
not
if
some...
if they would speak, I would understand, but I cannot speak myself.
Okay.
French, I would speak if I'm allowed to be judged as an asshole. Not asshole, idiot, I mean. Like, with him, he understood that I was genuine, and then I can speak with him French. So I would say like 4.
Okay.
Swedish, English, French, Arabic. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's it. So 4,
Queen Jack
basically.
off for Grinder.
And you?
25. Time more, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
110 to proceed for Rosborough, who describes himself as primarily a cash game player, just 24, Nick.
2 languages?
Bilingual?
Cash game players are very dangerous in this tournament.
Do you know they call it?
It's kind of like
language?
one big cash game. Of course, it's a tournament, and many tournament
American.
elements are real, but it is sort of like, you know, very cash game-esque.
Even though I know you know 2 languages. No?
Rosborough, by the way, is a bracelet holder. And it came this year in the $1,500 no-limit hold'em freeze out for $410K. As the straight came in right away.
Grinder doing everything he can to pick up a little taste from Rosborough, checking it back twice.
Doesn't strike me as the guy who's going to be liberal with his chips from what we've observed thus far.
How good look this? Oh, fuck.
Checks all the way down and then lets it go. Hazard a
That's
guess
great.
at where
His first
Samuel
pot he won in
Rosborough
like, 2
first
hours.
played poker.
Yeah, we all love Diego Armando Maradona.
That's how I got my
No,
nickname.
you know that's just too tough. That's too broad, Ali.
Started playing tournaments on cruise ships.
Here and there, a little
There
bit.
you go. I'm glad I didn't, you know, dip a toe in the guessing game there because.
Totally wrong.
You
time
got
on my-
Netflix,
I thought
Nick?
he won. I thought he won.
Yeah, I have Netflix.
Messi.
Oh,
I don't know what the algorithm serves you, but recently there's a
Trust
new
me, I know
show
what
called
grind is.
Trainwreck, and one of the episodes is called
I also know
Poop
when I
Cruise,
see a good human
where the
heart
septic
when I see
system
that.
aboard the vessel went bad at sea, and I certainly hope that Rosborough's
100%
tournament
sure.
efforts were not a part of that ordeal.
Yeah.
That would really put a damper on things.
Everybody loves when the commentator starts talking about what shows they're watching on Netflix. It's
English
really
or-
riveting.
grinding. No.
I didn't say
that's
I was
not
watching it. I
grind
haven't
is
seen it.
downwards. It's not.
It's
not
just-
bicycle. Grind is that
I'm
way.
going to watch
You don't know
it.
mechanics?
You ever been on a cruise, Nick?
We're going the other way.
And that's a lovely jacket, by the way.
There's so many
Yeah,
poker
yeah.
cruises. Did you ever hop in? I've had a
never
Party
been
Poker
on a-
Millions back in the day.
I've never been on a poker cruise. I don't think I've ever been on a cruise. No, I haven't.
Do you want to go on one?
Yeah.
Me and you, one cruise. One time, I promise not to bug you.
You know how there's like, issues in the Middle East or things brewing everywhere, Russia, Ukraine.
I'm not trying to cruise through the Strait of Hormuz.
If I could resolve all of those issues by going on a cruise with you, I would, but I would have to take a moment and really think about it.
The fact that you can't escape is the real issue. I mean, unless you want to go overboard, which is in play.
Yeah, you know.
You just stone Luganus
There's
right off the
there's some nobility
Can I
in
ask,
that.
who's on the list to come here? So we can choose who we want to.
It would be samurai-esque.
And this will be the last night shift, Ali. I bid you adieu.
Let's send it down to Jeff. Maybe he'll go on a cruise with me.
Okay, let me introduce you guys to Hart Stearns from the great state of Texas. What was your introduction to the game of poker like?
I started when I was about 7 years old. And all my buddies used to come over to my house and would play until the sun came up.
Love that. While we have you here, tell us a little bit about One World Theater in Austin and what you all do for the Austin community.
Well, you know, we sold it during the pandemic. So we don't own the theater anymore, but we had it for 24 years. And I could send you a little video if you want to learn about it. But it was a labor of love. Both my wife and I are musicians, and she's a vocalist. I'm a percussionist, and got to present some of our heroes growing up, you know, and people loved it. It was kind of like a little living room concert.
Yeah,
Would have, you know, 300 seats, and we had, you know, the Doobie Brothers there. We had Gino Vanelli. We had, you know, I mean, big artists, Jewel, who would perform in this little intimate space. And so, you know, it was an honor for us to do that for the community, but we also did lots of beautiful things for kids and for families.
Well,
and
I'm sorry to cut you off, but I got to send you back because you're putting on a show on your own here on the Felt. So we'll send Hart back to the action. We'll keep track of his progress throughout the main, guys.
Thanks, Jeff. Nick, are you familiar with the new age artist Yanni?
No, sort of. Yeah, that guy seemed like a cool cat, though. Harrod.
You know, he too.
Hang on a moment. We have an all-in here, a big all-in. Ladies for Gregg, 10s for Shin, 3.5 in the middle.
Cooler, developing. The bulk of Shin's biscuits in this basket. And his bread needs to rise. 10s desperately behind, and they stay there on the 6 tray deuce board. The girls looking good. 3.5 million in the middle. Tony, unbothered, moisturized, in his zone now. Opportunity, courtesy of the 4. 5-ball corner pocket, and we carve. No 10, the 4-sider club, however, was a threat. And Shin, fresh off of picking up aces to ascend, sent southbound by Tony Gregg's queens. And on the back end of this, the talented Tony will emerge with 3.5 million.
And again, not to harp, I said it before, but Tony, really a great player.
12 million plus in career tournament earnings.
And quit a long time ago, you know?
I mean, he lives now in Kailua, Kauai.
That's what I'm saying,
in Hawaii.
but he's back. He has 3 point some odd.
Meanwhile, Garner with the box cars looks up at the 9-8-4 board, couple of overs, one of which connects handsomely with the big blind defense of Swift. Top pair, top kicker for Swifty. $125, the follow-through figure. Flat call from the ace-9. A pesky king arrives with 5 1/4 in the middle now, as these cards do interact with the credible range on Garner, although there's some breadth to those holdings given the button.
Oh, red! It's red!
Second check in front of him. Let's see if Garner has an appetite. Seems like he may have had his fill of this pot, absent a 6. Jack on the end, second over card now, more paint. Further dissuasions from pursuing value, one might imagine, as Swift looks fairly uninterested.
We got 2 more hours of this. Or no, 3 more. Oh, he said, we gotta drink all these. We need 10 more beers.
I gotta go find what your buddies sit down here with. I sat down here with 800 last year with about 400 left. We ended up with 4 million.
Oh, the ace first and then the surprise.
Good check.
Ace 9 high like a boss. Look, 9 high flop. Top pair, top kicker. Top top.
No malice, I suspect.
No.
You
You
know.
gotta tell them, top top.
An
You
oops
got American
of
accent, I don't even know
sorts.
you from UK.
I don't know.
Tell them, how to say top top. Say I got it, top top. Good job, good job.
I don't think that pot is going to make the Sports Center top 10.
You were speaking American when you first sat down on the outside.
It may not even make the bottom
You're
10.
living off them.
Now you're proud to be British. Over there, you're American. You're just like the rest of them. Now you're British. Next thing I know, you're going to get a McLaren instead of your Jaguar.
Nice to be
It's a British car. You didn't even know McLaren's British. You're a multi-millionaire. You get a McLaren. We'll go for a spin together. How's that? Why not? 50 more. You got a price of that? Anything else?
Back over at our secondary feature table.
Come on.
Why would you do that? I haven't even looked at my cards.
Nguyen.
Oh my days! If I wake up with just one ace,
With a Vin Fast 1 million.
Actually, no. Give me the 9. Don't give me
Queen
the
Jack
8. Give me
suited,
the
and
9.
account requested here from Garner. A dominant ace jack of hearts and a stack deep enough to take a swing.
What are the chances, man? Big blind special. What a dealer.
This is 20
We're
bigs.
dancing. We were finally dancing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Totally.
How do you like ace jack suited in a situation such as this?
Yeah.
Apparently enough.
Yeah.
How much? 3?
Yeah,
Oh,
thank you.
That's the problem.
Just getting ready.
360. Heads are spinning. We're gonna go giddy. 360.
Okay, now being told 360 by the dealer, which is a big difference.
I was just going to say, but
My head's spinning now.
yeah, it is 360, right?
Yeah.
We see it there. Had he ripped 20 bigs, I believe the ace jack would not be enough. But as we can see,
I confess it really caught my attention in particular just based on the observations thus far of Garner's procedures.
do we know what Kassouf has right now?
What does it say?
Because he's not scared to get in there and take 90 seconds for no reason, but perhaps he is considering getting in.
Do I flat or do I raise? How much do you start the hand with?
No, that's pretty.
That's it. I'm still the hand.
Thank you.
Huh? 3.5 million? Another stack of greens? Okay.
There is the corrected graphics. Apologies, as it was very suspect, the action at the 1 million level. But here, things making a bit more sense. The ace-7, however,
Not been that long. I've got to
doesn't rate to be making dollars.
You're already all in. It's not like you're missing any hands.
Cool story, bro.
I've got to think of the side pop, out of position.
What?
I've got a hand. I'm not wasting time.
Does seem as though perhaps someone has
7
had their
bigs.
fill of
I'm worried
Kassouf
about
as
him.
the clock has been called.
Yeah, I'm not sure who
7
called
bigs.
it, but you do have to kind of clock this guy sometimes, you know?
I'll fold. That's right. I'll show.
You got a good hand? That's not good.
Flipping.
That's not good.
Ace jack. I'll show.
Listen.
Well, there's only a small chance I could be ahead. You could have king queen suited, but I know you fold it. It's only 7 bigs to see a flop. I'm going to hit the kicker now, probably. As well.
I'm
Doff,
going to use my one time.
the bell toll.
Specific one time.
This is a good spot for it.
I'm going to use the one time here, guys. One time.
30%.
No, not queen ball.
Vin
Queen
win.
ball. No, queen
Seeks
ball.
his one time here.
40% of a royal.
How about
So I'm going for
queen on the river? I can't.
40% of a royal.
You can't have the queen straight.
It's a royal. It's a royal. Royal, one time, Royal.
Okay, one time declared.
One time or two times? That's two times. You guys decide.
Let's go, Michigan, go blue.
Once or twice.
Let's go.
Once or twice.
No. Run it, deal, run it.
No,
Run
you
it.
got, take time.
I flip bigger than this thing.
Burn one card, then you see the turn, yeah? One card down, and then the other one, turn it over. One card down, that's it, and then bang. That's it, it's black. You said black card. You've got to be more specific, bro. You got to say card. You've got to say card. You don't ask for something.
Needs to find the queen or the club to haul in 845 and keep himself alive. And the one time fails to come in.
You know, I gotta say, that was a great one time, though. I believed that the universe might, you know, he left it all out there, Wim.
At least he got a
Enjoy
sweat
your night.
and a to-go beer.
Yeah, actually, I don't know why he called.
Zoom.
GG's. Vinwin.
Why would he call clock with one player?
As Garner's ace-jack hangs the L on him.
Professionals arrive.
Another casualty here on day 5.
Okay, we're all right. Thought we were gonna stop at the feature, but
No, we've got more all-in and call drama. This one, not the biggest pot we'll observe, but of course, they're huge when we're all in. And as a favorite, the ace-deuce takes on Jack-10 successfully thus far. Diamond coverage on the 3-3-5 board. Shin's roller coaster ride began with aces as a climb. Then we observed him whittled down to 230. And here he is, seeking a double, trying to stabilize, one card away. Keep it Jack and 10 free, please, dealer. And compliance.
and that's big. You know, obviously he would have been out had he lost, so, but 10 bigs and the button, it's also, or the cutoff rather, tournaments are really sick. Sometimes you have 50 and you feel short because you had 100 a few orbits ago, and sometimes you spin the nub back to 10 and all of a sudden you're right back in there in a sense.
It is remarkable how varied the roads travel to day 5 can be. For some, it's just a slow chisel up.
Sure.
For others, it's a huge windfall, then a dramatic collapse, and then back up we go.
If you play enough tournaments, you spin it back sometimes. You really do.
Which is why it's important not to lose hope or get demoralized.
Okay, don't worry.
Stay the course, continue to fight.
None of us were none of us.
We did. We said if we when Mizrachi was coming, it was like, no, it was before he came.
I suppose that wasn't exactly Tony Robbins caliber motivation that I offered up there, but
oh, what's up?
Okay, now it's
I
getting
meant
serious.
well.
Hello.
Thank you, by the way, Fan, for bringing.
Welcome back.
The shades back.
You were on the different table.
I know, but he's okay.
They hit a little bit harder without the hoodie.
Welcome back. Who's
but
a French guy for the past like.
Yes, I
can't have it all.
He didn't have glasses.
Yeah.
He had the.
I've lost my sense of sight.
Yeah, it's on me, sorry.
You just
Mizrachi
came from that table.
dips in from the small.
Over there.
Suited queen checks back.
Whoops.
Bottom pair with a club. Speaks first here.
Tough in what way?
Green with the queen.
Let's say this. Bitch! But we are very relaxed.
All pretty normal thus far.
So,
Final hour.
Sorry?
Hand-wise.
hour.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a tremendous amount of abnormality.
Now some abnormality, by the way, as Grinder goes for 105.
Very, if I
Well,
would
for
say,
us to step away in a developing pot
yes.
suggests exactly that, Nick. Once more an all-in and call, and once more we find Shin involved. 535, King 6 trailing and continuing to against an ace-10 on an ace-jack-9 board. Might he draw dead on the turn, or will there be some hope? It's the latter as the queen opens the door to Broadway. 110 is busy. Another has apparently already hit the mark. A true two-outer and the 7 of clubs. Means it's time to cue the boys to men as Shin hits the end of the road.
Very good game to use the boys to men.
The end of the road.
Oh, okay. All right. Great run.
You can help them out here.
Great group and great track also, by the way.
I don't remember that track.
Really?
No, like.
But it does get through. That's
So
really nice from the grinder.
Like Menor means
Just
shit.
caught the tail end of that barrel on the turn.
Menor means cow shit.
That's standard fanfare.
Just a very range-aware barrel. Although the grinder himself lacks stuff, when green checks back, we can rule out the ace, jack, king, queen, of course, the sets. So
this dude's been playing poker since 13 years of age.
It's like that SpongeBob meme.
We actually think you should not be
a lot of the
in
best
math for
players
like
I
12
know
hours.
had cards in their hand at a very young age. You know?
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome, Mr. Chung.
Jack 10 passed up a pawn.
And
I don't think Chung knows quite what he's walking into here.
No, the lion's
I
dead.
hope
can we
Taju...
have
Well,
Hotel California? Is it possible?
Like a.
Is there a jukebox request coming in now?
It's accepted. It's on a rail.
Yes, I would imagine. With the heat, too.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
Guys,
This is what I
we're
imagine
going to listen to my favorite song, which is called Hotel California. And if you don't like it, go fuck yourself! So it's not going to be played. So,
That's a...
I'll tell you what.
No. Yeah, because it's a rail.
Does someone have a Bluetooth speaker at the ready?
I don't know, Ali, but you can't bump
That's how it
Hotel
is.
California
The
at the
fun one was
feature.
that
We
it
all
was,
know that.
55 hours later, Mike, please.
I'll take it. I'm never upset.
You know,
Michael,
Taju reads like a man who doesn't really ask where the line has been drawn, but rather explores the space in an effort
Yeah, you're right about that.
to determine where the envelope lies.
Been a lot of carnage at this table. Ducks for Windsor, ace, queen off for Bozeman covered.
Yeah, the showers have been working overtime out here as Bozeman's ace queen has its hopes dashed by a 10-6 tray board. The deuces showing durability. The 10 fails to aid the Dutchman. 55 years of age, north of 400,000 in career tournament earnings. He loves triathlons and poker. And he's taking a swim.
And a very good game to use, sir. Another one falls. Wait a minute.
What?
The
Oh, it's a
board- the board's
counterfeiter.
double paired. Ali, I looked away for a moment and I followed you. You said, by the way, that was very beautiful. Loves triathlons and he's taken a swim. Sit right back down. Very sharp, too. He did the kind of early walk away. He gathered his things.
I suppose I could have come with the famous Tony G line, gonna get on his bike. But the river had other ideas. I didn't clock it. The teacher and the lawyer says not so fast. Well, if you happen to be in Vegas in November, or if you got some time, head on down to Resorts World for the 3rd consecutive edition of the NAPT, 3rd through the 12th, featuring a 50K Super High Roller and 5K main. More details available at PokerStars.
Oh, they definitely have Hotel California going over there. It's his favorite song. Oh, my God.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
This is
oh boy.
This is disproportionately enthusiastic karaoke that has become a part of day 5 of the main here.
Well, and you know, I don't want to be
go on.
I'm looking for the word. You know,
A party pooper?
Yes, that's what I was looking
Okay.
for. I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah.
But I do think at a point the floor should come over and just say to Mr. Teju, mind you, he already said he was going to take his pants
I'm really
out
glad that
and
that handle's
penetrate
quick and
someone's
simple.
nose.
Like, I would not want to bust the main while this is going on.
The loud Hotel California.
No,
I just think they should say,
But I just wouldn't want, you know, to
let's
think
just,
back to the experience, like,
let's just
rein it in.
Let's rein it in a bit. I'm not saying a penalty or anything, but you know,
I love this.
10 million up there, and then this guy's got to go. If I'm the floor, this gentleman is out. I'm not saying 86. I'm not saying any of that. This guy's got to go for right now. You know, really though, this is the World Championship of no limit. I mean, and I like this guy. It's all good, but you know what I mean?
Bat average and
It really has been something this evening. That guy was really, he was completely committed to the bit. I think we had the shoulder shimmy oscillation, and I believe was working the smartphone for lyrics.
There's no bit here, Ollie. This is. Really though, where is the floor? You know, what are we doing? I know what we're not doing.
But I'm saying, like, that's a perfect bubble song.
Yeah.
Like when the bubble burst.
Yeah.
It's really.
Oh. Okay. No, come on. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Come on, man. Come on, bro. All right. Hey. All right. Got a boy.
Yeah, but that applause is not for the performance.
Okay, good. Okay, he's walking off.
But rather the ejection.
All right, but is he gone? I mean, if it's the one and done.
just go. You cannot believe it. And he left.
Wait, what?
Possibly stranger. It's unclear if they know each other, but here we are.
Yeah, you know, you're right about that.
Yeah.
I could see some kindred spirits. Okay.
That's a skip, right?
What's happening? Not since elementary school have I transited in that fashion. What else
This is really very.
Isn't he supposed to have a flute and some snakes or some children following him? What was that? Pied Piper
we've seen a lot together over the years, but I must say,
one of the songs I think
this is
really great.
You really, that's a very emotional song.
Okay.
Hotel California.
Singer John Felder.
That was was that dude even actually here? Or was he just a figment of Tashu's imagination that somehow appeared, an apparition, to give us some off-key Eagles and then
40 years.
Say goodnight?
Or 50. No, it's 50 years.
That's all time to me. We're not in.
Yeah, but maybe I know some classical music as well. So I would put Hotel California as on top on that list.
By the
I
way,
would actually put Fleetwood Mac on one of them, and I would put on top of top. I would put the song that he's going to sing after.
Yeah. Oh. When's he singing it?
You know, I feel.
No, tells you, my brother, there's not going to be an after.
I'm not going to tell you what I have. You can choose one card. You know that? It's one card. It's one card. You choose one card.
You didn't give me one card.
Green, was green right?
Because you turned us off. You turned off.
No, but
Nah, listen, they can't let that guy sing another song on the rail right now.
My favorite?
Yeah.
Where is that guy headed?
That's a hard fucking question.
You know?
That's a good question.
That's what I mean.
I don't know, but he's,
with my music.
you know,
One day I love the song.
he's getting there in style.
No, I like
the one you like.
Oh, I like
Do you know how much confidence you have to have?
I'm going to say a song that I don't like. Because
to
if you
skip
like that one, then you appreciate my kind of music. Doesn't mean we're right. It's a good song.
Enthusiastically through a casino at
15 years ago, I did not like that
11:30
song.
in the evening.
Yeah, by the way, they're awfully deep.
6 stacks of high
It
society.
attracts kind of an array of individuals, you know, but that...
Salonia stepping into the proverbial lion's den. And yes, Ali, to wear cowboy boots and sing Hotel California on the rail, and then skip and frolic through the casino, as we can see bottom 2 for Salonia.
You guys got a hitchhiker.
But absent an ace, disappointingly, though it is a card that does present a threat.
And then he run away, and he ran away.
Salonia may fail to get action. Mizrachi, the party starter, with the Broadway draw, asking to spread the pot. And, you know, he's not shy on C-bets, Grinder.
No, he's not bashful. And mind you, Salonia has jammed on him twice, albeit and that's just poker. Sometimes the same guy, you know, messes with you a few times in a row, but here he is again with the check raise to 275. This is where you really wish you checked.
Yeah, the 80 gets punked. And Salonia keeps things straightforward. Announcing himself on the flop. Here's his rail, by the way. Let's, you know,
Did you fire it all after dinner?
these characters.
Did you fire it all after dinner?
Also a lot.
Yeah.
It's a 1,000 probably.
What, a slot?
100%. But I just wouldn't want, you know, to think back to the experience, be like, you know, it was all great. I love the song.
You know, throughout the years, Nick, I've been in the presence of some overserved individuals.
Yeah.
Never have they been on the hunt for $10 million.
Right.
King 7.
You know, this is truly remarkable what has unfolded this evening.
There's Mr. Chung just quietly grinding.
You made a good call. Yeah, you were ahead the whole way. You're just mad.
You know, there's a point at which Chung's just going to look down at his seat card and just make sure. This table, 100%. You're sure?
This camera can't be spot.
You can't have much in the big blind. Ace 2-7. That's the only hand. Like
Queen Jack making announcements.
exactly.
Fan contemplating the King 9s.
It looks like he's considering 3-bets
Yeah.
to me, just given the amount of time that he's taking.
I mean, this is a mere click in a hand that could easily defend.
Yeah, but you know something? This sort of a hand at this depth, 3-bet is kind of in the realm of ideas.
Not even stage still.
Not
Well,
sure
yeah.
what's going on, though. There could be a pay jump lurking. We don't always sweat exactly what's going on with that.
I think when we sleep tonight, about this
But
guy
it does look like a 3-bet might be incoming. He goes for the call.
Can you?
275 out there.
not going to be a peaceful sleep. I can't imagine.
It's wild. This is like, it's fucking wild.
975 top pair.
I woke up
Fan
today,
smacks this board.
Not even like remotely like think this is what
Heavy range advantage, I would imagine, against his perceptions of
So I looked at the
Rossborough.
table, I didn't recognize anyone. I'm like, all right,
Granted,
whatever, like, you know.
this is a cutoff open.
Just right off the bat, boom, we were just fucking around all day.
While it's true Finn has the nuts in more
he came
varieties
and
and
said,
2 pair perhaps,
and then he
Rossborough's still
told me, he goes,
doing
"Oh, it's
fine
fine.
on
Use
this
the stack like
board.
that, we're gonna
Does check it back. And the jack slides in very nicely for Rossborough, relegating Fan to just 11% equity.
It's like 4, it was like 4 or nothing, or like kings or some shit.
More right than you're wrong usually, right?
Yeah. I made a pretty sick call like that yesterday.
Huge turn card to vault.
It's hard to frickin'
The Queen Jack.
pull the trigger.
And I could be mistaken, but I think if we're Fan, if we want to bet here, we just go for a fairly kind of modest bet. And check is certainly reasonable and logical. For Rossborough with his jacks, he'll likely be pursuing value.
I mean, she could have been bluffed with the better ace, you know? That's what's so wild.
That's what I was kind of thinking in this spot on my phone.
Okay.
He has like an ace.
Checks once more.
Like 8 or some shit.
And now the board deteriorates further for the king nine, as you could see Rossborough showing up here with an ace. Would you like to see him go for value here?
You know, it's a little bit close. Does go for check. And I would be concerned at the odd amount of time Fan took pre and so on. And I can kind of understand Rossborough just wanting to get this one over with, so to speak.
Rossborough's rail.
Thank you.
Likes that site. Why wouldn't they? So while he hauls in that chip, it appears that our very own Natalie Bodie has hauled in one of the remaining hopefuls here in the main, who has quite the pedigree. Let's send it over.
Here with Renee, Charles, and Jalil in day 5. How would you describe what the last handful of days have been like for you?
It's been surreal. You know, this is my first main event cash. I think it's my 3rd time playing in it, and the first 2 times I played, I didn't even make it to dinner on day 1. So this is a much different experience from my last 2 times. It's just awesome, you know, with only, what, 215 players left. Like, the dream's becoming a little more real than it was at day 1. So yeah, it's very exciting.
Certainly is. And I know you mentioned this week your dad taught you how to play poker. He was very well respected in the poker community. What do you think he'd have to say about this run you're on right now?
Just keep grinding, stay patient. You know, it's cliche, but it's true. It's what it takes to win the main. Like, today was a really swingy day for me. Got down to, you know, about $1 million, up to about 3.7. It's just been, you know, got to handle those swings. You're playing so many hands and it's so long that you just got to stay patient and know when to pull the trigger, and just know that, you know, just try to get dealt another hand. You know, if you win the last hand, then you win the main event. So.
Well said. We're going to send you back. No mention of his mom, though, who is the icon, Celine Dion. You did say she'd be on the rail if you make the final table, so we're going to watch out for that. Right. Thanks for the time.
Thank you so much.
What a sight that would be to see.
I like him. He seems
Celine
like a
Dion.
good guy.
Yeah, oh, he's wonderful, by the way. I've spent some time with
He seems cool, man. All true stuff that he was saying. We see the notables. Paxton's still hanging around. Ite's still in there.
Yeah, they're down under 2 million in chips as it stands. Kenny Hollert, he knows a thing or two about deep mains.
He certainly does, Kenny. Brian Hastings in there with north of 5 million. I mean, that's
sneaky.
Extremely strong. Margette 7 high. Chad Power closing in on 10 million. Have you ever watched Chad?
I don't think I've had the opportunity.
He's an action guy. Table talk, you know, the whole thing.
Chips stay in motion. 60K, the current payout, brought to you by GTO Wizard. The band breaks at 161 for an extra 10-pack.
218 remain. Salonia and Hendricks playing a big one, Ollie. 2.5 in the middle. Good luck.
Yeah, it looks like Adams got after this 150K open, asking Salonia for all of it, and up to the task was Ralph.
I can't root against anything.
2.5 million.
That's not what I did.
We don't do that.
That's not what I did.
9-6 Trey. This is not an exciting looking board. Hendricks grows his advantage. The deuce isn't exciting either. And now 6 outs, 1 time for Ralph Salonia. The ace of clubs is already dead. It's an actual 5-outer. Is it there? No. No side diamond. And that's going to do it for Ralph Salonia.
Yeah, bro.
What a run.
Fantastic.
And that very heartwarming detail you shared about his daughter,
Ava.
It's beautiful that he comes with the shirts. And
well, he's got 2 other daughters, Ella and Angie, who I'm sure are out there incredibly proud of Papa and the performance that he turned in, as you see him in Ava's shirt.
Sure they are.
in her
260
memory.
Gs. You can have an awfully nice dinner with your family. So great run, sir. 60, by the way, was that 52.5 for a while.
Yeah.
As tournaments work, the longer you stay in, the more you collect.
Climb the rungs.
The deeper we get. Huh? The deeper we get. And more likely, the person going to take that spot is going to be boring.
I mean, it's probably true.
And that's not what happens in this poker series, because the tournament director has the right to... No. You're out, bitch! No, that's not a word.
Based on looks.
King 10 now for
skill.
Mohammed.
What is the buy-ins for those?
It's between 1,000 and 5.
Oh, so like a very good level. Yeah.
But, and we're going to
855K.
We can do
some precision required
we
here.
can do 10-25 also.
Okay.
But
I like Mohammed's whole kind of.
We don't want to go. That's why we said that, because we haven't.
He's not slow, but he's measured. He's composed, and he's thinking things through. This is an enormous spot. You can take your time without it being in. He immediately runs into the buzzsaw.
Make it enjoyable.
Mizrachi piles in.
That are very interested in coming.
I hope. And,
those are painful
as soon as we release
pots to be bullied off of. Let's send it down to Jeff Platt, who is standing by with the dearly departed.
Okay. We brought our friends just
Well, Ralph, what a run in the main for you, late day 5. Tell us a little bit about the significance of this shirt to you.
Well, this shirt was designed by my daughter when she was in Cohen's Children's Hospital. She passed away from leukemia just about 2 years ago. And she designed a shirt for a fundraiser with the wonderful nurses at Cohen's. And every day in the tournament, I like to wear something that is involved with her, because I feel like it makes like an angel on my shoulder while I'm playing.
You feel like she was inspiring you every step of the way on this run?
Well, she was definitely in my thoughts through the whole way. Also, like my card protector was hers. And so, yeah, she's with me the whole way, along with my other 2 kids who are doing great.
Well, your family unquestionably is proud of you. Congratulations on a great run in the main, Ralph. Nice meeting you.
Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Same way.
Yeah, so that's basically the reason I started.
Awesome.
Touching.
And then I said, when I'm started.
From Salonia. You know, I can't get over the fact that his career tournament earnings coming into this one, Nick, $3,600.
Yeah, I love those stories.
You know, that's an honest, hard-working
There was
dude.
a fireman last night I was watching. I recall his career earnings were $56.
Too nice.
You know,
amazing.
Those stories are amazing. We can see green shoves over the Mizrachi limb. That'll do it.
What's the line on brownies consumed at this point by the grinder?
I don't know the line on consumption across the board from all 3 tables, but it's a lot.
I mean, I get their protein brownies, you know, kind of on the healthy side. You know, I confess, I went to the launch party for this deal at Sushi Samba.
For real? Yeah.
And sampled it. It was a fairly good tasting brownie. You know, as healthy fanfare goes.
Then I'm just like trying.
Yeah. Okay, Ali. Nice.
If you call, I'm just like fuck it.
I'm not. You know, this is an unpaid take.
You always say that, but I know you're kind of keeping an ear to the street just in case.
Well, I'm kind of keeping the line in the water in case the phone wants to ring and the caller ID
Right, that's
says
what I'm saying. It could
all-in brownie.
It could be technically unpaid,
right?
But still you are, you know, you're working a little. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Right. I confess, have I missed that is something that has drawn your ire a touch? Is this uncouth?
I wouldn't say my ire has been drawn. Is it uncouth? I mean,
consult one's contract.
You're good. You're all right, Ollie.
Okay.
It's all good.
There it is.
3-bet from the grinder, by the way, and it.
Yeah, catches Hendricks.
A reminder of how difficult he is to deal with. Mind you, they're quite deep, and this is a hand that can flop
well. He raised
well.
because you weren't here, so he took advantage of your situation, so I took re-advantage of that. I was upset about that. I don't like somebody stealing from you.
I'm not going to influence action, so I rather take the 5th
That's
amendment.
That's all I said.
Yeah, that's
okay.
fine.
625 out there.
Hendricks going to be out of position here with an unintrusive suited one gapper.
Is that my prerogative?
Yeah.
Finds backdoor clubs and bottom pair here. A whiff for Mizrachi, but he's purchased the right to rep the ace with 6¼ in the middle. Swift check back, however.
How is it?
Interesting.
Oh, and two pair on the turn. Does the grinder preserve the ability to try to represent an ace, as we see in actuality he's simply turned a gutter?
Yes, he is tricky enough to have good hands after check flop.
We know that. But still, you're doing an amazing job.
Sometimes he's like that.
And a very coy check from Hendricks. I think a lot of players would have sort of, I don't want to say panicked, but you find yourself with two pair, the adrenaline is surging, and you just sort of bet.
I look like I really need.
As we can see,
what do you want?
we can't say for
I
sure
look like
what
I
would have
really
happened
need.
in the face of bet, but the check was a nice start for Hendricks.
Able to coax 175 off of the grinder, courtesy of the second knuckle.
You say tight? No need.
Michael helps himself to a visual of this 700K.
Same thing. I was explaining, but I think he already knew.
Okay.
You don't get the sense he's looking for trouble here, do you?
I don't really get the sense. I think this one is over. But all of us watching don't know for sure.
He makes me nervous.
Yeah, he just, look, he's put his money where his mouth is a million different times, the grinder.
Where is that?
He's stung a few people, by the way, in spots where he got it wrong and then just got there.
Of course. Where I decide. Could be Buenos Aires.
Ah, okay.
Could be in Spain.
Okay.
San Sebastian. It's circuit. It's
Yeah, circuit.
You do Prague, they said, next year, probably?
I also think he has an internal randomizer of sorts where he at times doesn't know what he's going to do. He pounces and capitalizes when he gets a feeling it could be 90 seconds on. So it isn't always, you know, I'm not saying it's devoid of thought. In a way, it's the opposite, but it's very fluid with the grinder. He might come with a raise where he wasn't planning on it, but then he gets a moment where he just thinks they're going to fold.
And I think that's where taking his time sort of enables him further opportunities to absorb some sort of live piece of info, an influence that then pushes him in one direction or the other.
Yeah, I think so. Having said that, we are starting to feel this one as a wrap. There might be some late night fatigue setting in too, where it's good to sort of take your time sometimes and just get out of there. You know what I mean?
You know, we've touched on this concept also.
Grinder's not a staller at all, but sometimes just take a minute.
Can I ask you a question? Hi.
There's that wet
what was your
blanket
major in your
effect
PhD?
when the snap fold is just never in play.
No
PhD.
Very true.
No, so PH, fuck yourself. You
Nice
look like a
pick up
very educated
Hendricks.
Harry Potter, yeah.
Harry Potter. No?
No, thank you.
Two-time circuit ring winner. Still looking for his first bracelet. What a sweet one this would be.
Ask him how long he went to university. It's guaranteed more than 3 years. 100% sure.
Sure.
Like
you might
100.
be disappointed.
Sorry?
You might be disappointed.
Can I do a...
Really?
Yeah.
Can I do a...
Welcome, Mr. Delmas, to the Lion's Den.
If that's the guy I'm thinking of, by the way, he's a good player. I played with him deep in something. I could tell he really knew what he was doing. I don't know if he plays online or... Might be somebody else, but I don't think so.
I think we know what Mohammed's going to be doing. 755.
No, I don't.
Perhaps we don't, Ali. Does he raise or does he
The
jam?
ones that should
I would think off.
Is it too much?
Yeah.
I think jam is fine, but this deep in the main from this early position, I believe the idea is just to
He would not
raise.
wear those glasses if you did.
But he does put it in,
So
and we
you
can
look more like
understand
a
his
university
choice with
guy
this
than that guy.
particular hand.
Adam, don't you agree? What's that? Look at your right. Look at your second right. Who looks like he had PhD? Are we done? Yes. That's what poker's about, Adam. It's profile. Not everything is as easy as Robin Williams in Good Will Hunting, and
That is a good comparison.
oh, was it? Yeah. No.
Up over here, though.
Sorry?
That Jack is
Okay.
gonna be won 30 minutes.
Yes, I know.
Queen Jack and Chung also
They just fought 20 minutes.
says goodbye.
Mehmet jammed. You saw it, right, Ali?
Sorry, I didn't
Yeah.
clock the jam. Forgive me.
It's all right.
I was actually buried in Adam Hendricks' bio.
Go on.
Very interesting story on this young man who
Yeah, exactly.
had a father that worked at, what's going on now? Are we?
Is he okay?
Have we lost?
I hope he's
Shifan?
okay, by the way. I think he is, right? He's just sort of stretching. Go on, Ali.
Yeah. Crazy.
Wow.
For a moment, it looked like he was going down. You know?
Yeah. Oh. Whoa. Oh, I think eye drops have been applied.
Okay. All right.
By the way, were those eye drops colored?
You do have a little red.
I don't
Your
know
face
what's,
is a little
you
red.
know.
They say even a computer screen can.
Because I've heard that we can optically
But it's also a reflection
enhance
of
our
your
evening,
disgustingly ugly shirt.
you know, with drops of that nature. Vizine's clear.
Right.
Everything I've ever dripped into my eye is clear.
About Hendricks' bio.
I'll wear it.
Wear it tomorrow.
We could change.
No pun, but let's keep an eye on Shifan, by the way. in case.
Yes, if he seems to start, you know, overtly hallucinating or
Right.
whatnot, we'll...
We do not have an exorcist on staff.
I'm going to be playing blackjack later tonight.
Oh, don't do it.
Choose
You're
one.
too smart for that.
Choose one.
Don't
Pick
do it.
one.
Raisin take there for
Left.
Mizrachi. Hendricks' pop worked in the oil and gas industry, which meant his family
frustrating that is?
moved
You hit
around the
a
world
double on an 11,
considerably,
you get an ace.
lived in Aberdeen,
It's like the most
and for a
If you're doubling,
time
you should be fine.
in Cairo.
No matter which
No
one.
kidding.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah. No.
very interesting. Spent the summers at his grandma's house in Homer, Alaska, playing variations of card games.
I feel like people who grew up like that often have a tough constitution. You know, like,
You set me up for failure.
you got to get right with yourself when you're on the road a lot because you got to say goodbye and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Just perseverant, kind of tenacious
Yeah,
characters.
kind of perseverant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Sure.
I've known some people that have moved around a lot. They're always pretty tough.
Adam says he
Like,
spent a
even
lot
you
of
lose
days
here, but
watching
good
the
time,
World
right?
Series of Poker main event
You
coverage
don't even
growing
lose.
up.
It's not you're losing.
So
That checks out.
Yeah, but like,
No,
it's not a
not
good
too
time.
surprising.
We got one life.
one can
Wait, I give
really
a shit.
Hang on, Taju is philosophizing a bit for us now.
Agreed?
This is like when the bar is closing. You know,
the rag is out.
Yeah.
You know,
the lights are on.
right, full bright.
But if I did wrong, it will. I was like, yeah, it was like the poker sevens. I did that for a good reason. Yeah.
Bartenders like Monir. Monir, my man.
I'm not going
Cabs
to
out
cheat.
front.
Get 7 bracelets. Will you ever forget?
You'll never know if you got a hand now.
No.
Maybe off you. Maybe off you. Yeah.
Ah, there you go.
But he might be off your cold streak. You made it look like you're explaining it.
Keeping the story on Hendricks alive, by the way, in college he hosted and played $5 games in his dorm in Virginia Tech. He's come a long way since then. Also, like yourself, played some underground games at pool halls.
David. Really, David? Have you looked at both cards?
I didn't know I had to.
You trying to be funny? I was having a
No,
conversation
I
with
didn't know
Jenna.
I
Oh my
had to.
goodness, Nick.
I didn't
You're
know I had
raising my
to.
button.
That's dangerous.
I don't like it when people raise my button. I like to be the button boss.
Number
This
one.
hand, I'm the button boss.
I see it, Ali.
And look, I've woken up with a hand. What are the chances?
I just had a hand.
Focus.
No way I can have a second hand at it.
And
It's
by
just
the
not
way, we
possible.
saw the chutzpah from Swift, the calling twice with the ace-8 of diamonds, and then just leading the million. I only bring that up as to remind our viewers at home, anything could happen here. It could find its way into the middle pre.
You got it, you guys. A cooler. Every hand's a cooler on this table. Every hand I play is a cooler. It's either 9 high or it's aces every time. Like 9 high like a boss or the absolute coconuts. I've shown you. One hand 9 high, next hand aces. Like you
We
had
would
earlier,
assume
right?
Swift just
9,
calls,
6 offsuit, then aces. You
but
can't make it
nothing
up.
would shock
So keep
us.
them guessing. This time it's 9 high or it's aces. Keep it guessing.
I think you've got aces.
I think I've got aces. I'll have a look. There's one. What are the chances? On the button as well?
We're chopping.
But I know, you know that I know that I don't have aces on the button. I'm not going to have aces on the button, but I'm ready to find out where I am. Plus, I don't want to call and he calls and he calls. But I think I've got the best one. But it depends what you have. It could be a split pot. If you got deuces. If you got the other two deuces, I got deuces, split pot.
I think I have.
Oh, no.
No, I don't know. I understand.
Oh, Mr. Swift. Okay, he's just kind of adjusting.
I need to go crazy in the last 20 minutes.
I wonder what Swift makes of this, as you can see predacious salivation.
You need to get lucky to beat me in this.
Out of Kassouf.
You know what I mean? Game and chips and good.
I'm going to be nice to you this time.
You should fold. I advise you to fold.
I'm going to be nice to you.
Don't do it, David. If you do it, it's going to cost you your whole stack. It will cost you your whole stack. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you do it, you're going to lose. I'm telling you. I'm warning you. I'm warning you. I'm warning you. It's your last chance. Take it back. Take it back. Come on, David. It's like being at primary school again. Don't do it. He's going to do it. It's incredible. You said that I've got aces.
I just feel like gambling.
But you said I've got aces. You know I have aces, and you still did that. How much is that?
You know, I had a feeling, Avi.
How much?
Not to kind of, but...
$1 million. Are you serious? I thought you were messing around. How much you got behind? I've got a hand here. I'm not respect.
Yeah.
I'm serious. This could go all in here.
Yeah.
Sick.
Oh, don't do that, though.
I just think
Don't go all in, though.
I might have to. You made it 1 million when I made it 300. What do you want me to do?
Maybe if you're Kassouf, just raise the minimum. You know?
Well, Swift threatening to make the fastest fold Kassouf's ever seen.
Did he say that?
He did. And I wonder how Kassouf reacts as all sorts of levels.
I don't think Swift is folding.
I mean, 9.
I just don't believe I'm seeing it.
I hear you, Ali, but I just don't think he's folding.
The biggest pot of the tournament. The biggest pot pre-flop for sure. 1 million chips pre-flop. Are you sure, David? Have you not misread your hand? Check your hand. If you made a mistake, I'll let you take it back.
I think I have. I only looked at one.
But you said I've got aces. You know I've got aces, and you still raise. You got aces as well? We can't have the same hand.
He got 4 bets without $1 million.
I want to see a flop.
I've got to count my stack now. I'm not wasting time, guys. I'm not folding. I promise you I'm not folding. I'm either calling or raising. I'm not even joking. This is sick.
The 4-bet doesn't matter. Just fold.
And this is where we hear groans abound, but Kassouf finally isn't stalling. This is real. He's just kind of calibrating and trying to figure out.
I got 5-9. How much you got? I want to know if I got you covered or not.
And all of those unsolicited performances that he delivers culminate in moments such as this, where one can only speculate how much influence Swift's 4-bet, those prior bouts of pageantry have brought on.
You know I have aces. And you still raise them. Which means you have kings. Right?
I wanted it. What I was hoping was to get it in with a really big hand and get a bad beat.
What, you have to get it all in pre?
Well, we'll find out.
So if I go all in, you're going to call?
We'll find out, won't we?
If I go all in, you're going to call?
We'll find out, won't we?
I have to go all in to find out. That's a pretty sick way to finding out if I'm ahead or not. I think I'm ahead. I don't need to hit the flop. I got a made hand, so I'm thinking I think I got the best hand. I can't call $1 million. It's like raise or fold. I've got position, but I can play my hand. I think my hand against your hand right now, I'm ahead. I don't know about post flop. So.
I confess, nothing feels clear about how things take shape from here.
I think he either raises small or just goes for the jam. I like the smallest possible raise, but all in is possible. You know, these spots where you know they're calling, just get on with it and put it in. But this is a bit
with 3.6 back, he's trying to chart the most
but
profitable
sometimes
course.
in these spots with players who you don't run into all the time, you just kind of start to get that feeling. One thing for sure, though, he does have to do something at some point because it's getting a bit... Not hating on the guy, it's all good. You know, he's doing his thing, but, you know, this has been really a while.
I'm going to tell you that there's a point at which The performance
You got it,
feels
you got it. I've got a
egregious.
monster hand here. I'm not going to slow play it. 3 million.
Okay, he goes for the sort of in between the smallest
Keep it clear
raise
to what
and
I've
the
got,
all in.
David. I'm not messing around. I've got a monster hand. I'll get it in good. Get my chips in good, no matter what. Is that 3 million. I'm not messing around. Now you know you're behind, whatever you got.
I'm going to do a bloopers thing.
Now, same rules apply. You fold, I'll show one. If you fold and show both, I will show both. Same rules. I'm a man of my word. I'm a gentleman. But I'll get my chips in good.
Don't do it, Mr. Swift.
Think the action free. 100, 300, 1 million, 3 million. Think about it, Dave. Think about it. What do I have? What do I have? What hands do I have? Aces, kings, queens, jacks, tens, ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack suited, maybe. That's about it, really. Take away the ace, jack suited. Take away the ace, queen.
I think this 3 million from Kassouf is a bit much. You know, why not go small?
It's all a bit much.
Fair enough, Ali.
Trying to help him out? I don't mind what you do. You're definitely behind. When I get my chips in, get it in good, it's all up to me. Think of this long, you definitely. Please. And I promise you I don't have 9 high on my life. On my family's life, I do not have 9 high. I've got made hand. I'm not messing around, but I get it in good. It's your money, you do what you want. You're a millionaire anyway, so 10 million is nothing to you. You don't need the 10 million. I need the 10 million more than you do, for sure. You've already got the Jaguar. I haven't got a Jaguar. I've only got a McLaren.
Pretty much.
Right, get in good. I think of this long, unless you've got aces, you must be beat, right?
I've only got a McLaren.
4-bet, 5-bet.
It's been declared.
Now, you can't hold
Did
a 5-bet.
Kassouf say that?
6-bet jam, like a boss, or fold. It's very simple.
After assigning Swift.
Oh, hang on a moment.
Has he done it? What's
I don't know. I heard him say something.
Oh, I know you're calling.
If you shovel in, I'll make a decision within 1 second. I can't say if it's call or fold.
just kind of
Yeah.
If you
posturing.
shove, I'll make a quick decision, I promise you. If you shovel in, I'll make a quick decision.
No, you won't make a
I might
quick
fold. I
decision.
might snap fold my 7 high, you know? But within 1 second, if you shove, I'll make a decision. I might snap fold. If you shove, I know you have aces, I might fold. Then I know my deuces are no good. If you got it, you got it. It's a cooler. All these coolers, every hand. If you got it, you got it. 5-bet pot. Unbelievable, Jeff. Let's go. What's it? I don't know what to do here. I don't know if I'm ahead. He's open. I've 3-bet. He's 4-bet. It's 1 million. I've 5-bet to 3 million, and he's still thinking about it. What do I have? I mean, I could have anything. They've seen my 9 high like a boss. I could have any hand. It's so polarized, so obvious what I got. So obvious. He even speaks to me. He said, "I know you got aces." He gave me a speech. "I know you got aces." He raised me to 1 million. He knew I had aces. He raised to 1 million, and now I re-raised to 3 million, and now he's thinking about it. Now he's thinking he can't have aces. Not on the button. Not on the Kassouf button. Aces, please have a word. Please, it's impossible. With tens of millions of viewers watching, are you kidding? Come on, man. Stop taking the piss, Gary. We're playing for $10 million here. Stop laughing. It's not funny. Come on. It's a serious game. Playing for $10 million here. It's tax-free. We're both British. It's tax-free for us. This lot have to pay tax. Uncle Sam is waiting for them at the cash desk. Uncle Sam at the cashier, 30% federal tax, 5% state tax, 35% they have to pay. They win $10 million, they're going to give 3.5 million. 3.5 million, dust off. If I win 10 million, I'll take 10 million home.
Swift appears to be
HMRC, don't touch a penny.
in a sort of paralysis.
Yeah, I don't know, Ali. I think we're all kind of...
Have you finished?
I'm buying myself, that's it.
No, Swifty, he hasn't.
If you want me to talk to you, sorry. I beg your pardon.
I thought you were
should give
ignoring me.
attention. Yes, sorry.
And the thing about Kassouf's size, that 3 million, is it does show that he's not folding. If he went smaller, Swift might feel he has some fold equity. Right now, he just kind of has to decide.
Actually, one thing. If I fold, you show both?
You know, same rules. I'm not changing the rules. If you fold, I'll show one card. If you fold and show me both cards, I'll show you both cards. It's very simple. We're not changing the rules.
I'm going to ask you one thing.
Yeah.
If I fold, you show no cards.
Sorry?
If I fold, you show no cards.
Why? Okay, you don't want me to show any cards.
Correct.
So you're gonna, if you fold, you don't
show
even
no
see.
cards. Correct.
Can I show everyone else? I want to show everyone else because that's the rules. Don't want to break the rules. If you fold, I have to show one card. You don't want to see it, you mean? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh, I'm giving free information. Okay, if you fold, I have to show one card because that's the rule. Can't break the rules. It will Kassouf rule. If you fold, I'll show one card.
I'm going to fold.
But we can gamble. I don't mind.
I'm going to fold.
But I'm going to show one card. But you don't want to see it. I'll show everyone else, but I don't show you.
That's a fold, by the way, right?
Okay, one of them. I don't want to break my own rule. I'm a man of my word, so if you showed me both, I would have shown both.
Ah, it's okay.
You would have seen it for free. You would have saved yourself 3 million chips and you would have seen it for free.
It really wasn't.
Well, Swift avoids disaster there, Nick, as he was peering over the cliff's edge.
300 and then 1 million. I'd do 3 million. I'll commit myself. I thought if you've got aces, kings, queens, jacks, it's a cooler.
I folded kings.
You didn't fold kings.
I folded kings.
No way. The king was coming. The king was coming.
I like Swift coming in with the lie now, claiming he folded kings. Fair play, sir.
Why did you raise 1 million when you told me I had aces? You gave me this week. You told me I had aces, and you made it 1 million chips pre-flop. And I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like, you put me on aces, and you still raised 1 million.
I'm actually gainfully employed
by now, right? It's like, don't do
to
it. He's going to do it. Don't
for
do it,
a
David.
living.
Ain't blasted off 1 million chips.
And I don't think I've spoken over the course of my entire life a fraction as much
You're 59.
as Will Kassouf.
59 years
Yeah,
on
I
this
think
planet,
Kassouf's got you.
and you still don't listen, huh? You never listened at school. So I said, don't do it. Several times.
He's
I said,
got
don't
us
do it,
all.
And you did it, David.
Yeah.
Have you learned your lesson now? Have you learned your lesson now? We're playing for $10 million. Have you learned your lesson?
I've never learned lessons growing up.
It's unbelievable. 59 years on this planet, he hasn't learned his lesson.
Okay, speed up.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I've got to hand every hand. Sorry.
Do you think that Kassouf has a measure of self-awareness about the irritability that he creates around him in a Cabrelian fashion almost? And it's employed with willful intent to gain advantage? Or this is just William being William?
Yeah, you know, I love watching like serial killer interviews or crime documentaries and sort of profiling people and stuff. And it's interesting. You know, I'm not sure, honestly.
It's blurry.
They say Cabrel, he's like this family man, really nice guy off the table. You know, maybe he is. This guy,
I wasn't calling. I was raising or folding.
it's one gets the feeling, you know, it's hard to say. Everyone's guess is as good as ours. But even there, like, he hits the guy with the 59 years on this planet and you haven't learned a thing. That's a little kind of like, you know what I mean? You just took $1 million off the guy. Yeah. But they are playing for 10 million, man. And, you know, when you swim, you can't swim without getting wet. So
yeah, Kassouf
sometimes you just run into this.
Pushes the boundaries of what many would consider to be sporting. There's the 7-4 tray board. Puts Swifty tidily in front. Overpair, facing the 150. The opener. Joan with the follow through that gets flatted. Board pairing 4 puts the third club out there. Now the nut flush draw to go with these 2 overs. Could potentially be an excuse. And with that covering stack, a dash of lavender to the tune of 300,000.
Swift's back at it again, man.
This is half pot.
By back at it, I just mean, you know, entangled in the action. I think if we're Swift, we call here. Keep an eye on this sort of hand that we're looking at. Maybe hit the 8 occasionally against a flush.
By the way, his procedures here suggest that his cage is unrattled by the 1 million that was polished off.
Yeah, I don't know, you know. He's cool, but I think he, sure, but you got to feel something after going back and forth with Kassouf like that.
I believe that the term for what he's feeling is migraine.
Yeah. Okay.
Pot grows.
And by the way, forgive me, but Jung has been here for, you know, like, I don't recall that hand was so long. I assume he was at the table for what just went down between Swift and Kassouf, and it is a little scary to bluff a guy who just lost a huge pot like that, because we fear they may not be in the mood to go quietly this time. Having said that, I think Jung has to bluff this one.
You think that our opposition skews more adhesive?
It weighs on our
spots?
mind, does it not, Ali?
Yeah.
Played poker a million times yourself.
Yeah, guy doesn't want to have back-to-back L's.
You know, it's just he just dumped $1 million off to Kassouf, and now. But the ranges are what they are. You always have to not lose sight of that. And there it is. And for Swift, it's interesting. We do beat ace of clubs, king, queen, jack, and 10, which is 12 respective hands.
This is...
If we start to really count the combos, there's quite a lot of high cards with a club floating around, and this is a very polar declaration. I mean, so we can now rule out jacks and queens, so on. So he's saying he has the nut flush, a boat, or this one. I've seen crazier bluff catches than this from Swift. Sorry to cut you off.
No, this is a full rack of ribs being served up, and let's see whether or not Swift grills these eights or helps himself to the 1.1 on offer. All he's got to do is click call. Wow.
Beautiful from Jung. Understandable fold from Swift. Been a rough couple of hands for him back to back.
Thank you. I'm not going to allege that I have some insight into Swift's psychology in this spot, but speaking from my own experience, there are times at which we find ourselves, given the context in the moment, skewing into a more disciplined or self-restrained you know, procedure than we wouldn't otherwise, trying to prevent ourselves from feeling that sense of, you know, association.
For sure. And day 6 is upon us. We're getting towards the end of the night. It's, you know, and again, just 8-8, no club on that board.
Hendricks, meanwhile, back at the feature, 10 cents. Took us to 100K. Snowmen once again making a cameo. Mizrachi also playing them like Swifty as a flat. Tajou needlessly pausing with the king 7, one would think, although he's reaching for chips, and those are big ones, Nick. This, a 3-bet from the button, not the combo.
Ali, I'll tell you, when he went hoodie and zipped it up and said it's cold, this and that, I did not see this coming. I don't know about you guys, but.
Makes quick work of Queen Jack suited. As well as the opener. Hendricks. 5s in the bin. What kind of ideas does Mizrachi have here, out of position with 425 on ask?
Probably call.
How cold is it?
But he's one of the best live readers ever. If he really thinks he just has the best hand, he might come over the top.
Bitch! Bitch!
Oh, he does let it go.
And I believe the king 7, yes, has been shown, and yes. Okay.
Oh my God.
Pelvic gyration, okay.
Oh my God.
Rounders. No. Oh, it's rounders, yeah.
Believe this is the second attempt to sire a child with an inanimate object on the evening.
This and that.
From Tajou.
Blockers, yeah, GTO blockers.
Which, by the way, it must be said, is a draw dead proposition.
Calling. And Adam going, raise me 9-8, whatever you have.
By the way, you know, game recognized game. You know, the grinder dapped him up. He can take it. He could get bluffed and take it. There are lessons to be learned from that. He doesn't get super emotional out there. Gotta have a little of that gold. What's going on here, Ali?
Grinder dishes it out and takes it. Kassouf.
I got 3 deuce, he's got 10-9.
With the dirty diaper.
Oh wait, it's like aces versus kings.
Yeah, by the way, no Kassouf just in the hijack.
Deuce. He wants the 9.
The stuff of Nick Rigby.
Shout out Rigby, shout out Pittsburgh. I mean, there it is. The 3 deuce off.
Trying to spoil things for 10-9 and succeeding so far.
Unlucky.
Azule.
Queen 5-3. The donkey 3 like that you like.
Hoping not to be a victim.
He's got 9 of spades, but I've got the blocker. I've got deuce of spades blocker. Got a spade on the turn, obviously. King of spades, obviously. King of spades, obviously. No, it's hard.
You have a straight draw too now. Doesn't matter.
It's unlucky. It's a jack. It's a jack of diamonds, guys. It's the jack of diamonds. 6 of hearts. Cooler. Straight. I like it.
Good game, sir.
Straight. 1 pair straight. What difference?
He's gone, Ali. 206 remain. 205 perhaps.
Makes no pair anyway.
Another dispatch.
Next.
Here on day 5.
All these coolers.
Kassouf ascending to near 7 million. GG's.
What's he?
Azule.
Hold on, don't piss your pants yet. There's 3 more.
Johnny Boy, as he's affectionately known to his friends.
Is that ball empty, mate? I need to go. I'm pissing my
22 years of poker under his belt, and this has to be a high point, without question, although fresh off of what also has to be a somewhat low one as his run comes to an end. We'll keep it here. Let's toss it down to Jeff Platt. Working the sidelines. What do you got for us?
All right, about 200 players left in the field, all guaranteed $60,000 at this point. Let's take a look at who's remaining. Some of the more notables. We start here, Francis Anderson, one of the most established pros in the game, making a run in the main. You guys remember Hart Stern, seat 9. The musician out of Austin, Texas. Really enjoyed chatting with him. He's got about 6 million in chips. Hey, speaking of musicians, well, we had the GOAT's son. It's Rene Charles Angelil with about 4 million in front of him. A smooth day so far for Angelil. We flip it around, Mike, and you just know that this table's having a good time, right? It's Frankie Flowers in seat 5. It's Zen Kai over here, former final tableist of the World Series of Poker main event. Let's go. It was a good time.
I confirm it was a good time.
Confirmed good time.
First time me and Frank, he seems like the man.
He's the man. He's always having a blast, always a smile on his face. We have, of course, our Netflix star, Mr. 7 High himself, making a real run at the World Series of Poker main event. And we wrap things up with the PokerGO podcast host. His name is Donnie Peters. He is playing hand. If he folds, I have one really quick question. Does the podcast get recorded tonight after you play?
Yeah, and it's going to be an early night.
So no question about it, you're recording.
100%.
Easiest side bet I've ever won with producer Dan. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Love that about Donnie Peters. What a great story this would be as he stays committed to his gig.
Looks like cards are about to be on their back.
It's too late. He shoved all in for like 700. How much?
Is Kassouf deciding by committee?
3-bet jam when I've opened. Is he nuts? What's your name, by the way?
Dude, well, just put me out of my misery,
What's your name?
Jay.
Jay?
Yeah.
You don't like money, Jay?
I love money.
Do you like money?
I love money. I try to go with my friends.
I've got a hand. I've got a hand to call you with, too. You don't... Is he a multi-millionaire or something? We're playing $10 million. He doesn't like money. He's all in last 3 hands. 790,000, he's all in. This guy's sick. You're sick. You're sicker than me. I thought I was sick. You're sick. 790.
All right, I want to respect everyone's time, so I'll wait a minute, but I need to call clock.
I would think just south of 16 bigs. Perhaps a little too rich for Kassouf's blood, but he might want to play the rush. He did just open the 3 duck. Sometimes all bets are off with this guy. But just queen jack off, Ali. Often run into ace queen jacks. We could see if he could see Wynn's hand, he would call.
Best case scenario, we're up against an underpair or...
Best case scenario is we're up against Queen 10 suited or Jack 10 suited, but for the most part, yes.
It's been a good ride, boys. Thank you for coming.
How many more hands do we have after this? Still 2 more. The button's going to be seat 9, regardless. Oh, so button seat 7 next time. So button's going to be on you last time. So we've got 2 more buttons on you. Okay. 790 total.
Well, as much as
I've got a hand to
JWIN
call you off here, man. I know you want to gamble last time. I don't know why you do this. There's no
loves his
difference.
kids.
You're going to fly home tomorrow if you bust or something? I don't get why you do this in last hand. You're drinking beer, you don't care. Multi-millionaire, you already got $10 million, right? You don't need another 10.
Phoenix, Kingston, and Lewis. He'd love not to be headed home to see him.
It's 60-40 at best. I could even be ahead against your range. It could be ahead. I've got a hand to call you for sure.
Dealer, somebody call clock.
He called the clock. You called the clock already. He called the clock already. It's fine. Can't call the clock twice. Come on.
This is the one thing with Kassouf, you know, I mean, it's too slow. It's a little bit too slow. They clocked him, but they've been pretty loose with the clock.
I mean, 2 or 3 hands across 15
The
minutes.
Ace 9-9 was 15 minutes in and of itself, I believe.
Yeah, sure.
You show both?
I show 1.
No, if I fold, you show 1.
All right, you show 2, I show 2.
Yeah?
Yeah,
Agreed?
sure, whatever. But I want you to call.
You'll be sick. You think, I'm willing to go. I'm playing the rush. I won with 3 deuce. I'm playing the rush. I think I'm going to win this hand.
As long as I have a shot.
But we're not going to be on the same table. If you're going to be on the same table as me tomorrow.
All right, do you think I have a pair or suited connectors?
It's 15 bigs.
Imagine playing chess with
So I
Kassouf.
fold. You're going to show both.
There
I
it
fold,
is, fold declared.
Yeah, that's fine.
You got like ace jack. It's 8s. It's a flip. I knew I should. Can we run it? Can we run it? It's the last. Can we run it? Can we run it?
You're such a nit. What the fuck?
I know. Double suited as well. Double suited. I fold. I'm such a nit. I folded that. Pocket 8s.
I'll take.
I knew to look.
Thanks for letting me live another day.
The jack was coming. The jack was coming.
Okay. Let's
the jack
rack
was
him up.
coming. He's so because I like him. I like Jay. The jack was on the insert. Jack in the window. Jack in the window. You're lucky. You're welcome. You got 100%. I win that.
Thank you.
I'll tell you.
I know. You call, you win.
If you had 10 or 12 bigs, it's like 16 bigs, right? 15 bigs?
Yeah.
I needed it just to play the rush, but I don't dunk it off. I thought you had a pair.
Looks like we got bags in progress. We've disbanded the feature.
Yeah, they drew for hands. There's only 2 more hands at the Kassouf table. Naturally, these guys are already in their cars, you know.
Oh, now this is even bigger hand. On Mr. Serbia,
Here we go.
He's never folding to me now.
Queen 8
Now we
off.
can play another 5 million chip pot in the last 2 hands. Last 2, right? This one and 1 more.
One more shot.
Yeah, 1 more shot. Yeah, do it now. Listen to them. Do it now. Do it this hand. Do it. Jay, do it. You don't want to make day 6 anyway. You don't want to make day 6.
There's sort of a diminishing returns phenomenon. You know, I appreciate some characters. I like some entertainment value out there, some fodder for you and I to sink our teeth into. But when we reach Mount Kassouf level,
You know, given that Oh.
Why don't you go all in? You went
And by the way, this
If you don't
is
like money, go all in. Big hand this time. I'm not messing around. I'll even show both.
120
Last 2
bigs
hands tonight. I'll even
effective.
show both.
One could
If you fold, you
understand
make
a
day
flat
6.
from
If you
Garner.
don't fold, you can even
However,
bust. That's all I'm saying. This I got legit hand. I'm raising 8 people out of position.
he's not amused, Nick.
wow, it looks like he went so small.
4 1/4.
You think I'm raising with nothing?
Kaitaz
Can't have
bends an
aces
ace.
again.
See,
Can't have aces again.
this is where I feel as
This is
though
sick. Last 2 hands of the night as well.
You guys again.
I've got a hand.
we can just say goodbye to the Queen 8 and move it along.
It's a lot, Ali, but
Are you hanging out with Paul?
What, just last hand? Well, Jacks, Queen Jack, what difference? He's kind of checking anyway.
you know one thing with Kassouf, sometimes he does peel here. And it's part of his game. He tries to outplay you post and this and that. So
What you do if I re-raise? You're going to shove the lot? Last 2 hands?
Pretty much. I'm just here for TV time. Jesus Christ. I can't believe Max did that. I got a call? She works here.
I look at the average stack and next pay jump. I'm looking at all that.
No, that has beer all over my sleeve.
I've got a hand. I'm not wasting time. Yeah, but every hand I've got a hand. I've been showing.
No, Will,
He's
in fact,
I'm not raising light.
I feel compelled to push back and advise that time is being wasted here.
This is where I got eliminated last year.
Lost 2 hands anyway. There's no lots of fun.
This is tough.
Yeah. Oh, I'm coming back as like.
Wow. Normally I don't fold this. It's fine. I'll fold.
No, we can still have one more level. You have another level? Are you here? Yeah, we got all
Last hand.
Finally, he finds the bin.
Made a big lay down that hand. From Mr. Coconut's aces.
You're all over me.
He could have had kings this time.
You guys are terrible. It wasn't me, but. Yeah, break and then one more level. Usually, that would be me. Yeah. Huh? No, it's just an extra large shirt.
You know, Garner, I could see, as you describe it, Kassouf turning on Michael, although he may have already.
I give them 50,000. That's me. You gifted me.
He really just didn't indulge one iota in the banter and the shtick.
Be careful what you wish for.
Dude, we know it's coming. It's hurt to do it. Every table is finished.
What, you're not folding,
except for us.
Are you saying you're not folding?
No, I was.
Nice.
Hang on. I'll even show it last time.
Alright.
Nice sense. I'll show you both cards.
Good for you.
Kassouf back at it after he parted ways with the 150. Queen
I'll show both
deuce.
cards last hand. I'm not raising light. On his big blind as well. I know he's not folding.
He's treating this as a bubble of sorts, and we understand what he's thinking. Everybody wants to get out of here at this point.
Oh, shit, let's go eat.
However,
Let's go out. Watch out. Someone's still beer.
All right. So I have a big hand. I'm out of position. I'm raising 8 players. Much better hand than last one.
would think for Garner we keep an eye on our button. Despite the 3 big blinds from Kassouf, this hand can flop so well. He is in, Ali.
425. What happened to the 425?
We got a pot. Oh, black, red.
Rail's loving it. One last pot.
Black, red.
Are they betting red blacks? Ace 8-5 here, 6s. Still best.
This one may very well be going Kassouf's way, Ali.
We await.
That deuce of diamonds actually is relevant, blocking ace deuce of diamonds, and the queen comfortably interferes with the ace. We can see an example of when we have these cards, they sort of have those cards. Blockers can only be so important. It isn't everything, of course. But I think if we're Kassouf, having traveled this road, which many of us would not have, the time is now to keep betting, perhaps.
$425 in the middle. Does not follow through. Instead, coming with the check, perhaps concerned. Last hand of the night that maybe a little bit of the less premium ace X's are a part of Garner's kit. Although unclear what he might cook up.
Hey, so just go beer, watch this. You want a beer before you go? Beer? Feel better, bro. Yeah. It's nightfall. You come back with what, 15 miles tomorrow?
How much?
180. 16, 17-ish. Perfect. I'm going to need
180K.
Introduction and a shake and then we have a beer or we have a memory together. We got a hot pot.
This is interesting from Garner, really identifying just how wide Kassouf's range is. Having said that, will it work?
After I had his second kid, he wouldn't talk to me.
After you had a second kid?
You had a second kid? No, I went to go eat. I'm like, bro. Me and his wife had sex, and I had the second kid. He was mad at me.
The relevancy of Kassouf's cards still do apply.
Are we on TV? Oh, we're on TV. Oh, no. That's not going to help you go on there.
No, it's okay. You were to...
Jay, it'll be a long time before I come to your game. Jay, we're going to Nabe Hapa.
Ali, he's reaching for the lavenders.
This would be nasty.
End of the day, if you love poker, if we can unsee everything else and just think about the hand itself, this would frankly be somewhat nasty if he found the check raise last hand of the night.
Well, for now, he's going to find another swig of Earl Grey, which I believe is a safe read just based on his British.
I was going to raise you. I'm not calling. I was raising or folding because it's the last hand of the night. I fold. You show? Because it's last night. Show. What are sixes? What's the flop? Ace? 8-5?
Yeah.
You're bluffing the best end.
That's what I figured.
Note the Queen Deuce offsuit.
Do you know why I folded? Because I got 6.9 million like a boss. That's my hand. 6.9 million.
Really?
That's really 6.9 million. I swear.
All right, Ali, that was a lot this last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
But you know what? Imagine what it was like for them out there playing.
Well, never before have I felt the heat taken off me like I did tonight between Taju and then Kassouf, as Nick had plenty else to deal with, and so did we all.
I like this jam right here.
Schultz has been dealing with the field. As you look at the remaining notables there, 12.6 million in front of him. Day 6
What's that,
will
the
commence
xylophone?
at 1 Pacific tomorrow. Platt and Hanks in the booth to start things off, and then we'll tag them out and bring you the second edition of the 2025 Night Shift. As you see, 202 will hit the pillow. Still on their quest. Just a small fraction of the original 9,700 plus. Well, partner, as always, it's been a pleasure.
Likewise, Ali. I'll see you tomorrow. Try to get some rest. Don't get lost in the night, my friend.
No, sir. Pleasure, but also a little bit of pain, but it's okay. At the end of the day, we take it all. Certainly hope you enjoyed tonight's coverage of the 2025 World Series of Poker main event. That's going to do it for the night, though. On behalf of the entire crew, we say goodnight. We'll see you tomorrow right back here for more from the main. See ya.